Hey, welcome back to another episode of NOVAtazz Automotive Podcast, Season 4, Episode 36. Well, how you guys doing out there? I'm doing okay. I did end up getting a bunch done this weekend. Um, Still working on editing that last video. I did have one edited last week, but realized I found the footage that I was missing and had to restart the footage. Well, I'm adding that footage in and doing some edits. Just haven't had time to really put forth the effort that I wanted to. But I did get a crap ton of work out in the garage done. Um, we got the dash 90-ish% done. Um, I had to repair some more stuff in the back of the dash, and I have to tuck all the vinyl around the outside and trim it. As far as the bulk of the dash itself, it is wrapped. It is done. Um, there are some spots I'm not happy with, but overall, I'm pretty happy with the way it came out. Um, I will have to make a bezel for the stereo area to get it to sit right. Well, to fill out the area because of the way the vinyl stretched. I am also currently looking for a new stereo for it. Um, Not an immediate need, but I'm looking for a small touchscreen single din, not sorry touchscreen, but a digital display, um, like full color digital display head unit that's Bluetooth, preferably also has GPS and possibly Android support. Oh, so that way we could take this car out for cruises or whatever. It has some of that stuff in it. So I don't have to be holding my phone for GPS. I can just have it right in the dash. Um, so yeah, the anxiety part is over with the dash. So the main part of it's done. I just, like I said, just got to tuck the edges in and trim it, and the dash will be done. Um, Probably no more than an hour or two worth of work left to it, and we can start working on the wiring, and get back on track with getting the EFI setup done. So I don't know where everybody's at today. We'll see how long. Hopefully it picks up and we can have a good conversation going. Like I said, love to talk about the work with what I did this weekend. Love to hear about what you guys have been up to. Um, Gotta get some people in here to get this chat going. Um, I don't even know if CloudBot is working. See if CloudBot wakes up. Um, but yeah, hopefully my friends pop in. We got our resident troll is here at least. That is adorable. Not sure where anybody else is. Glad you're here. You're just as bored as I am, obviously, stuck at work. Uh, but yeah, so got the work done on the dash. Um, Pretty much all I got done this weekend. Not that it was not a lot of work. I mean, that was quite a bit of time spent out there working on that. I spent all day Friday and a little bit of time today, plus what was it last weekend? And I think it was last weekend that I got a bunch done. I got the whole first part of it done, and then all the time put it into fixing the repairs to make it look nice. You can't even tell I uh where I repaired the dash at after it's been covered, which was kind of the point. So, like I said, dash is ready to go back together, ready to start doing the wiring, and that stuff. What are those symbols for? You exploding? Oh, geez, cat's almost catching up to you, Jess, and even you don't even. They gave you all them points. Uh-oh, are you zombie sick? Is that what that symbol is? Oh no, I guess people are busy this week. Oh wait, there's a teen mechanic. Hey Joe. Yeah, things you do to make girlfriend happy. She kept hounding me. Well, fix what? What am I fixing? I can't fix the zombie girl. Give you more. Give you more what? You want more antivirus? I can't give you any more beard. Give you more bombs. I'll give you more points. No, you gotta earn the rest. You got plenty. Start gambling. I haven't had any questions to answer for a while because, yeah, I don't know. I'd say donate to the child, but the channel, but you already donate enough. Oh, that sucks. Get well soon, there, Joe. Gambling is bad. Gambling with real money is bad. Gambling with fake points is not. Ah, I'm not dropping my freaking pistachios. I got all two of you in here. uh, Not in here. It isn't. Oh, how you gonna do that, team? How you doing that, Joe? Tell me your secrets. I freaking demand I sugar daddy up the points, huh? Wow. I got a whole bucket of sugar out in the kitchen. Bathe you in sugar water. It's because I'm too busy supporting kids I don't see. Yep, not eating that one. Oh, anyhow. Oh, I also broke my phone again. I don't know if you guys can see it. Maybe you can. Yep, there's a nice big old scratch. Not big old scratch, that's a crack, actually. So, luckily it's just not the display. I don't know where Cat is. Maybe she'll pop on at some point. And go work the corner. I don't have the looks to work the corner. You bought another Mazda, huh? Was it a Mazda 3 again, or did you get something else? Um, I'll prepare to let myself down easy already. I saw another truck with my same paint color today. It's like, and there's like only like the fourth or fifth one I've seen ever. It's bronze metallic with a silver lower. I don't know what the technically paint code for the silver is, but I know the brown is called bronze metallic. Oh my God, you're just horrible, Jess. Where is it? Yeah, that's the one I saw this morning. It's just a standard, not the old. It's not the. It's not the off-road edition. It does to be appear to be about the same year as mine because it's got the black mirrors, not the chrome ones. It's got the standard 16-inch rims, and it sits so low. No, it's not a Kia. Oh, I mean my Kia? Kia's dead. The green Kia is at least. I don't know if there's an update on the gray one. I don't know what you're looking for. Green Kia has been sold not what less than a week after we've wrecked it. Or I wrecked it. The deer wrecked it. You are corny. Yeah, we lost one back around my birthday. I hit a deer with it. We got 600 for it totaled. Yeah, it was alien green. The original alien green, not the second one they came out with. Yeah, I have pictures of it. On Instagram. Jess, look away. Yep, smacked the deer with it. Right after we got done fixing it. There's dead deer. Boogered it up pretty good. No, it was not even a full-size deer. It was a young one. I just hit it doing about 55, 60 miles an hour. Because that's the speed limit on that road. Oh, that would drive me nuts, Jess. Jess was at work taking care of mentally challenged individuals. Intellectually challenged. But yeah, wadded that car up pretty good. There's a... I don't know, I didn't post that picture, did I? The deer pooped on the car over here. Yeah, I hit that sucker Hit it pretty good. Wow. Yeah, yourself maybe. Yeah, so we're down to one Kia and the truck. And then the Nova and the Trans Am. Thankfully, the gas prices have gone down here. Here. Oh, that's right. You can't take it. I'm sorry. Josh, what did you take to work for lunch today because you didn't want to take the can of soup? And you didn't want the pasta I had in the fridge for you. Aren't they? Your clients are you're well, actually no. You're very good at taking care of other people. You're not very good taking care of yourself. What happened to the Chips Ahoy cookies? They're not in the cabinet. You take those too? All right, see you later, Joe. I don't know, this might not be a very long live stream. Okay, I can go edit the video. Oh, that sucks. Oh, where is everybody at? Well, I normally stay on to at least 9:30. Either way. My cat hasn't looked at my thing. Chris hasn't looked at it. You did, Joe. Yep, don't know where anybody's at. I don't have a whole lot except for the dashboard and stuff, which I've already talked about. Oh, they're cool. They found his trailer. For those of you guys watching this after the fact, because I know it's only me and Jess in here right now. Jess's crystal dealer had his truck and trailer stolen. Oh, there's a cat.
Yeah, it's a cat that's walking. I am late.
Not a cat in a hat.
No, not a cat in a hat. I'm not wearing my hat today. But, yeah, I was late for a good reason, though, because I got to rip around in a square body Chevy that's missing about 600 pounds off of it with a built Chevy 302 making about horsepower. That's fun.
Did it have weight reduction as form of cancer, or was it purposeful weight reduction? Oh, we lost you already.
Sorry, you cut out there because it went from my dad to my Wi-Fi because I got close enough to my house. Was that?
I said, was it purposeful weight reduction, or was it cancer?
Both. It is a pretty rusty truck, but the thing is just a freaking riot. Although, because he has it set up to where like it doesn't really come too much alive until like after 5,000-6,000 RPM.
Oh
But
wow! Was it turboed?
no, it's naturally aspirated right now. Although he is going to set up nitrous on it.
Does it have a cam? I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't wake up until then, because that would either have to be cam or whatever power adder he has. Unless his timing's really off.
Well, I mean, he does have. I mean, it's completely built. Like, and it runs pretty good. It does have its little issues here and there, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because like normal, like the cam is really the only thing that can decide where it wakes up at.
Yeah.
Unless it's a power adder, like sometimes the turbo doesn't kick in until it gets spooled up. So yeah, that's kind of weird. Normally, you said it's like an LS or
no, it's a Chevy 302.
Okay, so it's a small block.
Yeah, it is a small block, but remember that was the only motor that Chevrolet, other than the ZL1 motor, that was actually designed for racing in mind. Because everything else they just did it afterwards, but the 302 was designed for the Trans Am racing, right?
Right.
So
it still would need low end power to get up out of the corners.
Oh yeah, like don't get me wrong, it does have that, but like it almost feels like it's got, like for example, like 400 horsepower like down low, and then like up top it's got, it's full power there. Like, because I think he hasn't on the dyno yet, but it almost feels like it makes peak power at around 65, 6600, give or take.
That's probably because you're right in front of the speaker, and I probably have the speakers too high.
Yeah, I need to.
All right, let's try that. Jess said there sounded like there was two of you, and I don't know if it was because it was picking up you out of my speaker plus yours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because my microphone was literally right in front of the one speaker. So I moved I moved the microphone over. I can't move it too much further over, only because it has to sit on my desk somewhere. And when you got a speaker here and a speaker here, and your microphone's right here, I don't have much desk space. And I don't have my mic on I don't have the mic on a boom, so. Eventually I'll be YouTuber enough that the webcam and a mic will be on their own separate booms. Yeah, I turned down my speakers and I moved the mic over, so.
Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, sorry, I had to mute the mic because there was copyrighted music in the background for a second.
Oh, no.
It's not like you picked it up, you didn't hear it. So.
No. Such evil things that we have to deal with.
Right?
I think it's
YouTubers,
stupid.
it sucks.
I think it's stupid. I would think that any unintentional music, like background music that was not purposefully added to the whatever, should be fine.
Yeah, you would think so.
TikTok doesn't have an issue with it. Jess plays music in the background of her live sales all the time. They don't have a fucking issue with it.
Yeah, I do too, actually. So.
What?
Yeah, like when I do my lives, there's usually
Your Facebook? I mean, your YouTube lives or your?
No, my TikTok lives.
Yeah, that's because they don't care.
Yeah, they don't. That's why I do it. Like I'll.
But even like Facebook and Instagram now, of like I've had posts that I posted 7 years ago, family events or whatever that have music, and they start giving me hell for it, and like, oh, you need to take. No, I'm not sitting here trying to make money off of my Facebook posts. You know, I'm sharing a family memory that has, content in it that's not mine. Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
It's just.
Okay, Rascal, don't you dare knock the phone over.
Timber.
He's just super lovey right now.
Timber.
Like I get him haven't been here for a bit, but inside it's only been a couple hours there, cat.
I walk out the door for 5 minutes and come back in, and my dog's like, "Oh my God, you were gone forever."
Yeah.
Jessica says she wants monies from all the posts.
Oh God, I am all dirty, but no,
Howdy,
thank you.
Biggie. I was getting worried for a second. Not the fact that you weren't here, but there was like nobody in the chat either.
Oh,
We had Joe here. Joe was here for a little bit, and he left because he was getting tired. Apparently, he's sick again, which hopefully he gets better quickly. Um, and then it was just Jess and me here, and I'm like, well, if it's just me and Jess, we could have that freaking conversation on a phone. Don't have to have it on live YouTube.
you will. The longer you do it, though, somebody in the future will watch this full thing and make you like 2 cents. So you know.
Right, like 2 cents.
Yeah, literally, because I mean, lives I make nothing off of. Like,
You probably got
for
it
anything
from
I do.
Robin, Biggie.
Which actually, my neighbor there that I was, driving his freaking truck there, which is funny because like he doesn't have that wide of tires in the back. Like it's only 235 60 15s
Jeez,
with
I have bigger
about.
tires. I have bigger tires on my Nova.
Yeah, I have bigger tires as my inline six. I know.
Though
Like,
that's kind of although the look factor is cool, you're not helping the horsepower any in that car.
nah, it's so much lower now. I know that. Like I used to do with 14s on it and everything, and it was like one or like with the 205 wide or no 215 wide.
That's what's
Um.
supposed to be on my car stock. But then
Oh
again,
yeah. See,
my car was an inline six.
well, the Fox bodies, actually the early ones like mine, it had a staggered look from the factory. Out front was only 175s, out back 185s.
Yeah, I
So
think stock mine are supposed to be. I think 215/60 are. No, they're supposed to be R14s. Mine had 15s on it when I got it. Um, because they should be 14s. Let me see, what is the stock size tire for that Nova?
I don't know, but actually, might get my my buddy there on the corner. Actually, he might pop in to say hi on the live and like in the chat potentially watch along. So might get a new freaking person to do stuff.
Ooh. 195/75 R14 is the stock tire size. They can fit up to a 235/60.
Wait, the stock rims, or that's as big as you can go?
I think that's the biggest they can go without rubbing, and but that's without lifting it. I have my car lifted.
That's sad. Like my car right now, although actually I discovered something with my car. Just
Oh wait,
screwing
that's
around with
fronts.
stuff.
That's fronts. 255/60 in the rear.
See, because my car, I think on the Fox bodies you can put as much as a 285, but you have to have
A deep.
yeah, you got to be quite thin on the sidewall though to do that, but you can.
Yeah, mine is the issue with mine. I could probably go wider if I had a different offset rear because I have some room in the backside, but I'm at the edge of the wheel well on the. Actually, I'm a little bit past the wheel well on the outside. And
Ah,
that's with a 255. It's the wheel well opening itself that is not accommodating bigger tire size, which is why when I go redo the Nova, I'm kicking that wheel tub all the way to the frame. Right now,
yeah.
it's
Oh
about
yeah.
2.5, almost 3 inches away from the frame, and that's because the shock mount goes in between the wheel well and the frame. I'm going to
Now,
relocate the shock and bring that wheel tub all the way out to the frame, which will let me get another 2 inches on that tire. So I should be able to fit a 12 to 14 inch wide tire in that car easily.
well, I'm just surprised that I mean on the back that you can only go like 255s. Like,
It's well,
um,
it's not, it was not designed to be a muscle car.
Well, Nora was a Fox body Mustang, to be fair.
Well, technically
But
it's a pony car, but even the Novas in the late 70s, they didn't have any muscle car options anymore.
true, but I mean, even when you look at, a 79 Mustang, I mean, its top
But
engine option was 140 horsepower.
but
Like, it wasn't.
also, you also got to think about it. Tires weren't that wide back then. Even the
No,
muscle
I mean,
cars were running on skinny tires back then.
oh, definitely. Like, it is impressive that, like, for example, Hemi Kudas and whatever else going down the quarter mile did like 11.5s, 12 seconds with like freaking 185 bias plies.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's
Like,
amazing.
geez. And bias
Like,
plies are
you
not
put
the softest tire either.
no, like you put a radial on that, give it some freaking meat, like even just like a 255, right? Like not super wide, but decent amount. I bet you'd pick up a second or like second and a half in the quarter, with those old cars.
Yeah. Especially with the horsepower they were putting out.
Like it's kind of funny because a 426 Hemi, when you had them dialed in right, yeah, they're going 600 to a crank. Like they were a lot more than what they, put out there. Because they only said, yeah, this is only 425 horsepower. Yeah, no.
Big E says his
But that's,
tires are 265s.
yeah, so so
What are
tiny,
mine? I think we
so
figured this
tiny
out
compared to my
before.
275s.
33, 12, 5, 17. Let's see. Can I give me one of those tire size jobbies? No, 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 no. Oh, let's just spell chart with two H's.
Ah, that's special.
33, 12.5, 17.
Yeah, although I will
It's
say,
okay, I have it. It is
what
a
what
318 64 R17.
318.
A 33 by 12 and a half.
It's a weird size. Okay.
That's why
I
they
mean,
call it a 33 12 and a half and not like a cuz that's an imperial tire
yeah,
size.
well, yeah, I
Converting
know.
it to a
It
metric
just
tire size.
Yeah, I know. I'm used to the metric tire size. Although it's interesting because like it's metric mostly, but not all the way. Because you know, like it goes, you know, the 265 or like my tires, the 275, 60. That's metric, but then the 58 is of course
Yeah,
real.
stand is imperial. But yeah, so it's a 318 is the width of my tire.
That's odd. Um, but because actually something that when I was driving his truck, no, I didn't film anything then. I'll do a video on his truck later because like he said, yeah, anytime I want, I could just grab his keys and jump in his truck and go. It's like cool. Um, but I kind of broke it a little. Not my fault though. And he wasn't too concerned about that. And to be honest, I wouldn't be either if somebody drove my car and the same thing happened. It was just so what happened was, and for some reason, like it's not shifting into fourth gear. It's got a 700 R4 in it,
Mm-hmm.
but when you're hard on the gas, it will not shift into fourth gear. So it's
Well,
like
fourth gear is
I was
overdrive.
just yeah, but it still should do it just
Mm-mm.
because like it's got 456s in the back too, whatever
When
else,
it's
and it
on,
should be
when
shift.
a way an overdrive works, it won't shift into overdrive while under heavy throttle because that's not what overdrive is. Overdrive is a cruising gear.
Yeah,
If you're on
that's
throttle,
true.
it will stay in the lower gear because you're expecting power. Overdrive, you're going to have no power in it
Yeah,
because it's an over
that makes
one to
sense.
one gear ratio.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Because
that makes sense,
if
actually.
it's an
Like,
old school Chevy, you have first, second, third. Fourth isn't actually a gear. Fourth is overdrive. It's a 3-speed with overdrive.
you know, and I do know that, like, it is a 700R4 in it,
Mm-hmm. Three
that he
speed
put in.
overdrive. It won't shift into fourth unless you're off the throttle, unless you're part throttle.
Okay, yeah, see, and that's what, but the interesting part is, though, even when I was, like, let off the throttle a little more, it still wasn't really shifting properly. Like, he is actually,
They have to adjust the
he
TV
think,
cable.
yeah, well, he's actually thinking that the tranny is, potentially, like, a clutch pack is cooked in it, so, he's got the kit coming, like, at the end of the month to rebuild the tranny, so he's gonna do that.
Most likely, it's either vacuum, um, the vacuum thing on the back, or the TV cable.
Yeah, and he was talking about the TV cable as well, but he's almost 99% sure that it's not the TV cable because he has that all adjusted and stuff like that. Like he knows his stuff pretty good,
Okay.
but um, like compared to me when it comes to engine stuff, like he's the one actually that we're gonna be building the header for my car because it's mostly gonna be him. I'm gonna help a little bit, of course, but he's mostly gonna be the one doing stuff just because it's a lot more custom fab that I'm not used to doing either. And I don't want it to look like crap when it's under the hood because if I do it, it's not going to look as pretty, right? If he does it, it'll look prettier.
Welding
So,
is a skill.
well, don't get me wrong, but welding
Actually, no, I
exhaust is
lied.
not my forte.
Welding is not a skill. Knowing how to weld is a skill. Welding
Yes.
itself is an art. Anybody can learn how to paint a picture. Not everybody is an
But,
artist.
okay, like to be honest, I can weld pretty damn well, but I've never had luck with welding exhaust. Like exhaust is trickier than your
It's because
typical
it's
sort of
thin.
metals that way to exhaust to weld.
It's
So
thin.
yeah, and that's the issue, right? Like
Got to turn the
I'm
heat way
used to
down.
whenever I weld, I'm used to thicker metal, so it's
Right. When you're welding thin stuff, you gotta turn the heat down and turn the speed of the spool up a little bit.
oh yeah, like I know how to do it. It's just also whenever I tried to weld exhaust, to be fair, I was doing that flux core. That's not the way to do it.
Mm-mm.
So
No, that shit
um
sucks. I
yeah,
want like I know I need a welder and I will resort to a flux core if I have to, but I can't weld body panels with a flux core welder. So it's almost completely useless for me to use like a flux core spot welder. Um for what the intended purposes that I'm looking for a welder for. But
yeah,
the gas powered welders and the ones that have the things that I need as far as being able to tune the wire speed and the heat input, um, they're not cheap.
no, definitely not. Like the really nice ones like that, you know, like your Lincoln Electrics and stuff like that. You're looking at a decent amount of money.
I mean, I don't need a Lincoln. I can go with a Firkin, a Harbor Freight Special. They do have decent higher range welders. They're not Lincoln welder fucking quality, but they're better than they're better than no welder. And
Yeah,
they
man, like
have higher end gas, MIG welders that aren't bad.
yeah, like I mean, my Mastercraft one isn't horrible. I just the only thing is with my Mastercraft one is that I don't have exacting like I wish it had a dial proper for heat and not just a switch
High
for
low.
high low heat.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, because honestly, you hook gas up to it, it's actually quite decent to weld with, as long as you don't need the low heat. If you can work with high heat,
Well, I
then it's
mean, you
fantastic.
guys got to understand what that welder's intended purpose is. It's not intended to do body work. It's intended to do things like building, I don't know, metal frame structures. It's
Yeah.
meant to weld, metal square and round tubing together to build, simple projects. It's not meant for fine, well, it's not meant for fine dining.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like with mine, because like I could actually, to be honest, like if I'm doing quarters or whatever else like that, I could use mine. I mean, I would stitch weld anyways, but I definitely have to stitch weld with that.
Right. Yeah, you can't stitch you cannot lay a bead down with a flux core. It is spot welding. That is what you're doing. You're laying a spot, a tack
Yeah.
weld.
Well,
You're
well,
moving over. You're laying another tack weld.
mine is both a MIG and a flux core, so you can use it as a flux core if
But
need
even if
be.
you're using it as a MIG, you're still going to be tack welding with it. It doesn't have the fine controls to lay down a nice MIG weld, um, nice line of weld.
Yeah, I mean, I've got mine actually look pretty decent, but even the one thing is, when you are doing a big piece like that, anyways, doesn't matter what welder you're using, you're stitch like if it's body, you're stitch welding anyways,
Yeah.
because you don't want to warp that metal,
No,
right?
you don't want to
Now,
bring that heat. Go ahead.
yeah, exactly. And that's one of those things like that I've learned and whatever else. Like when I weld in the new quarters on my car, because that parts car, which if you haven't seen that short little video that I put
I
out there, it's
watched your
fucking
short on
hilarious.
the Caprice Classic, and that brought back so many freaking memories. That car is clean.
Wait, which one?
The Caprice, the brown one.
Oh, oh, that little tan one there.
Oh my
Yeah, okay,
god, it was
that.
gorgeous. I mean, my mom had a
Yeah,
silver, like a bluey silver one, um, when I was younger, and that brought back. I mean, that car was cleaner than my mom's car, and that car's been
oh
sitting for
yeah,
how long? Out in the weather.
yeah, that thing. So if I remember correctly, everything on it, and it's unfortunately the gym just lets it sit there
It's
because I
gorgeous.
swear to God, that thing will pass the out of province it needs
Oh, geez,
right
that'll pass better than 90% of the cars down here in Pennsylvania.
now.
That car is
But
clean. As
anyways,
long as it runs well, that car is clean.
yeah, I mean it's an old small block Chevy. It should
I know
it
cars that
might
are
take a
3
minute to
years
get started,
old.
but
I know cars that are 3 years old that are in worse shape than that car.
oh yeah, same here. And now and that thing, because the one thing is, and I understand why he hasn't touched it, because it is a soft point for Jim, because that is his late brother's car.
Mm.
So
So
he
drive it.
hasn't touched it. I'm like, yeah, I would. Like, I understand there might be emotion if you tried to drive it. I
But
perfectly get that.
that's honoring your brother's life. Drive his car.
Exactly. Like
Enjoy it.
I
Don't let it
like
sit.
wait, like the one thing that I want to do. Because I want to like ask Greg to see, because like, I can't afford to do it, but ask Greg if we could actually get that thing out of province it needs, and then just make it so that hey, look, it's passed. You can register it now, and at the very least, you get the opportunity to drive it, right?
Yeah.
Because he just lets that thing sit, and it's so sad. Because yeah, the thing is like damn near mint. The only thing that is off on it is just like yeah, the freaking antenna's bent. Other than that, it's freaking mint. Like
Right.
even that vinyl, like if you touch that vinyl, there's no rust underneath that vinyl, which is amazing because that thing I've seen a thing with like a couple feet of snow on top of it, and surprisingly, it has not touched it. So yeah, it's so sad. But then like all that stuff, yeah, because actually that was the TikTok video that I did out there because I didn't post that to YouTube. I only posted that to TikTok.
No, that's
But
where I found it. I was sucked into the freaking YouTube fucking cocaine binge that is TikTok. I mean,
yep.
the ADHD cocaine binge that is TikTok.
Wait,
you start with one video, which this is Jess's fault. She sent me a video, and you go watch that video, and then you end up like 10 videos later. Oh wait, she sent me 3 more. Let me get out, and you try to hit the back button, and it sends you to another video. Then you're like, ooh, pretty candy, and then you're like, oh no, back to the ones that she sent me. Click, 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 and maybe you might get out of the trap and get back to the messenger to click the next video. But sometimes, most of the time, I just get stuck scrolling through TikTok, and I'm just.
Yeah, I can like YouTube Shorts and TikTok. I've actually I realized by the end of it when I was on TikTok one time, I was just scrolling, and I realized, holy crap, I've been scrolling for 3 hours.
Yeah. Hey, you'd be proud of me.
Oh,
I made 2 TikToks. 2 TikToks and at least and 2 TikToks and 1 Instagram reel.
oh yeah, because that's awesome. That's really awesome. Because yeah, like actually, like something I did because I posted it. I believe I put it up on TikTok as well as YouTube. Because it's just a little 5-minute video of just driving that turd around the property is hilarious. because and now what was really funny
The
about that
Fox
though,
body
like
or the
that Fox body parts car,
yeah
that has no doors
your
on it.
Fox cart.
Yeah, that thing's freaking awesome, man. And like the thing is, it's such a pile because how you have to drive it with like screwdrivers and zip ties and stuff. It's amazing, and it has no doors on it, which
Death trap.
if like if
Did you get
it is,
tetanus
it's not.
looking at that thing or?
Oh no
Actually, no,
no
no,
no!
that's
It,
right. No,
there's
it's pretty clean. It's a shame that it's a parts car.
Yeah, it's a salvage car that because it got written off. You can see where they repaired it. Right? Like they did a good job repairing it. There is a little bit of rust in the floor. Like as soon as you pull up the rear seat, you see a little bit of rust there, but it's not bad.
So Big E's
Um,
got a snippet of freaking information of the day. He says he recently learned that the highest level of racing inside of Australia is a Formula 3 car with Coyote V8s.
it's essentially Formula Three.
Right. Well, essentially, it probably has its own
Yeah,
name, but yeah.
yeah, and like, well, that's the interesting thing with Australia because even though yes, they do have badass like drag racers and whatnot, that is they
S5000, I
do,
guess, is what it's called. Go ahead.
but like they do have that. However, most stuff is like burnout competitions
Yeah,
more
I
than
absolutely
anything.
love them.
Like,
They even
I'm
have burnout
curious though.
drags.
Yeah, oh yeah, they do. They have burnouts for distance. Who can do the best one, And
Tire
when you
guy.
go to those events, it's just, oh yeah, well even
Tire companies absolutely love them.
yeah, well yeah, well Farm Truck and Asian actually went out to the big event that they have. What do they call it there? I'm trying to remember
The Summer
the big
Nats.
event. Yes, they went to Summer
That's what
Nats
Cletus
and
is trying to emulate here with his Cletus and cars.
yeah. See, I don't think he'll get quite that big,
I think he
but
will. Give him time.
he's got a nice following that he could potentially.
But the cool thing about Cletus's events versus the Summer Nats is just burnout competitions. Cletus's events
Yeah,
tend to have a mixture of many different styles of racing at the same time. He's got the low budget freaking you don't even need to supply a car. He supplies the car. He just, circle track racing. I'm pretty sure they're going to have more of those super stadium truck races with Robbie Gordon. And they do the burnout competitions. And I'm pretty sure that if they have a drag strip wherever he's going, they'll have drag competitions as well.
uh, yeah, pilot. I know my hands are very dirty, but so is my face too. So
Well, Jess has already commented to you, called you a dirty girl.
Oh, I didn't even see that comment.
I think it was her. It was way up at the top. Yeah.
Realistically, like, okay,
Oh, I
what?
lie. It was Dirty Lady.
There you go. See, what I was working on today, because on the convertible, because I got this new parts car, I'm like, ooh, steal off this car to put up mine, right? Other than the rear quarters that I cut out and welded in my car eventually. And I went, ooh, the paint trim on that is actually black. Mine's faded to gray. Yoink.
Yeah, well,
It's
that's what a
scratched
parts
up
car's
whatever
for.
else. Yeah, but
I
like
might need to find a parts car for just fucking nuts, bolts, and screws because I've had this
I know
TA
that.
apart so long. I went looking for stuff, and I'm like, I don't even know what screws go in these holes anymore.
Yeah, pilot. Yes, I do know where these fingers have been. They're on
Yeah,
my hands.
deep in a car somewhere. That's right where they should be.
Exactly. I was putting the car
I've
because
eaten
I was taking
sandwiches
those
with my
out.
hands. I've eaten sandwiches with my hands still completely black all the way up to my elbows, because it would have taken me
Yeah,
longer to wash my hands, and it would have just eaten the sandwich.
yeah. Pilot. Here's the thing. Like, yeah, I've eaten with hands like this and looking way worse than this too. And also, like, I've also did the cardinal sin, even though I think just about every mechanic has done this, and sprayed brake clean to clean your hand off, and then go eat something
That's
right
a
after.
ritual. That's not a sin. Parts
Well, no,
cleaner, brake cleaner, um, just about anything that if it'll clean the grease off of a car, I've used it to clean my hands.
yeah.
Gasoline,
Although
straight gasoline. When
I
gas
have
was
not
not
used.
when gas was not like $3 a gallon, when it was more like $1.50, yeah, I've used a little splash of gasoline to clean off my hands before.
Yeah, I've never done that. But to be fair, enough gasoline concentration with me is just with my asthma, it's not great. So I
Oh,
love
I
the smell
love
of
the
gas.
smell.
Don't get me wrong, but
I will sniff gasoline all day. Not the cheap shit. Not the shit I put in my cars. No, actually, no, I lie. Not the cheap shit I put in my daily cars. But I will 94 octane if you can find it. It has a nice smell. Race fuel. Oh, cannot can if I the smell of race cars. It is one of the main reasons I go to race events. Just the smells and the sounds alone. You know,
yeah.
if that doesn't get you, I mean, yeah, just I
Oh yeah,
miss
like
that smell.
I I love that stuff, and even like even just after I do a burnout, and then just that smell inside
Oh,
my car,
smell
it's like
burnt tires.
yeah, it's a wonderful smell. Like
Yeah, car guy high.
and now yeah, well and actually, because something's funny because like it's gonna be later this week probably actually that I'm gonna be going well technically next week to be fair, but that I might be going up to Edmonton and because I have a gas tank for my Civic finally.
Is it the one that was in
And
your
it's
passenger seat of your Mustang?
in the back seat, yes.
Backseat.
You know,
A backseat is still technically a passenger seat.
it is, but it's not the passenger seat.
It's a passenger seat.
Um, yeah, exactly. Technically, two people can sit there because
Yeah,
there's two
or
seatbelts.
three.
So,
Depending how big they are.
well, three being illegal technically, but yes, you could.
As long as you can fit the seatbelt around two of them, they're still seatbelted.
Oh, I know. Like, don't get me wrong. I am not actually saying that in like a hey, you know what? Like, I don't
I'm
condone
speaking.
people doing this, but
I'm speaking from
when
my
I was
age.
yeah, oh, I know. Well, hey,
I
when I was a child, you want to hear sketch? So okay, um, at one point we only had one vehicle that was actually running and stuff like that, and it was my dad's '98 cargo van, grab van. And the thing is,
Just pile all
there was
back in the
four.
back.
No. There was four of us, and so okay, me and my brother would share the passenger seat. So we'd have a seatbelt around us. And then my mom would be crouched in between the two seats
Oh, the two
as we went
captain
down the road.
chairs.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Um,
okay. We used to go junkyarding. My buddy had a Jeep Comanche. Okay, it's only a two-seater. No, three-seater. It's got I think it had a bench in the front. Um, 7 of us would go up there. It had a pop
yeah,
cap. We rode in the back the
yeah.
whole 45 minutes to the junkyard in the back of
I
that.
think. Well, I will say something about my mother that we drove now from Calgary to Lethbridge is about 2.5 hours, and she was crouched like that the entire time, which has amazed me that she could actually be crouched for that long.
Unless you could get back
But
up, it didn't fuse in that position.
right? Oh yeah, but she did it, and it worked. Like it would have been better. Like my dad always talked about, putting some sideways benches out back just so that you could have some passengers
Yeah.
proper. But he never did.
Here's a story. Now this is one of my mom's stories. So when my mom was little, this was back when, do you remember the old station wagons that had the flip up seats in the back
Yeah,
in the cargo area? So
yeah,
my nana had one of those. I think it was a Ford, like one of the Ford wood panel sided wagons. And her friends were all in the back of the wagon, sitting in those sideways bench seats. And there's a specific stretch of road down from where I'm from that is got really really big, and I'm talking like big trees lining the side of the road. They're almost as they're not they're about, I would say, 3/4 as wide as a car. Really big old trees. I mean, these trees have been here forever, and they line both sides of the road up the hill, and it's a hill. Um, and apparently my nana was going up this hill, and the car died. Right. So instead of putting the car in neutral or whatever and trying to start the car. My Nana panicked. The car started going backwards down the hill. It backed into one of those trees. And the tree actually came down on top of the car.
Oh shit.
Yeah, right through the back wagon area. Luckily, the other kids were thrown like towards the front of the vehicle. My mom landed down, the seats closed down on top of her, and she was stuck underneath the seats. But they didn't have seat belts back there. They didn't have anything like that back then. I mean, my mom was born in 65, so she was probably like 70, around 70, 75-ish, maybe a little earlier than that when that accident happened. And yeah, I mean, they didn't have freaking laws like that back then. You know, you were allowed to drive down Main Street with freaking people in the bed of your truck. That was a thing, you know, nobody cared. You know, the safety buckling in stuff didn't matter.
Yeah, well, now, like, and it's kind of funny, actually, because there's one vehicle in particular that comes to mind that actually had seats in the box of the truck, and that happened to be the Subaru Brat. But what's interesting, depending on your insurance company, if you try and insure a Brat, you have to sign a waiver to say nobody's going to ride in those seats.
Yeah. I think
Even
even
though
like
it
you
was,
look back today and you look at the Ford Ranger, and did the Chevy have the same thing where the little tiny seats that folded down from the sides behind
uh,
the front seats?
yeah, just about everybody had that, like,
Oh my
including
god,
the,
those are so sketch.
like, I've ridden, actually, Toyota Tacoma has that too.
Yeah,
If you get to the extended cab.
can you imagine getting nailed, T-boned, sitting in one of those seats?
Oh, it would be awful. Just the whiplash alone.
I
Oh,
don't think you'd have a back left.
uh, um, and there is Jesse in the chat. Hi.
We have well, so far I've seen Jesse. We got Big E, Pilot's here. Jess may or may not still be here. She's at work technically, so she's got. I mean, her client went to bed a while ago, so she's got to be awake. Yeah,
Yeah.
Jess was here at least as of 9:30. Well, it's 10
Yeah.
o'clock
Oh,
now.
yeah, and I know. Yeah, the only reason why the Brat had the seats in the back, yeah, was because of the tax on foreign pickup trucks. Because it had four individual seats in it. It was classified as a car, and that's how they got around the tax.
Yeah. It's a crock.
So yeah.
It's a crock. The Brat is a crock.
They're cool. I'd love to have a Brat, especially an early one. Cool,
they use a lot of those. We have the Buck Motorsports Park near me. Well, actually, it's not near me. It's down in Lancaster, which is a good like hour and a half away from me. But they hold mud bogs, like mud bogs, demo derbies, that kind of stuff. It's a quarter-mile dirt track. But they also hold what they call tough truck, which is basically, a couple jumps, a figure eight, and, a couple jumps, go around a big tractor tire, and then come back the other direction with a big jump at the end. And they use Subaru Brats a lot in there. Because, they're lightweight, they're still technically, have truck suspension. And, yeah, they do great. Because they're kind of like having the small old school Cherokees. The little two-door ones.
Oh yeah, actually, interestingly enough, there is a certain subset of Honda fans, because Honda back in the 80s made a thing called a Wagabon, and they actually were all-wheel drive. Now, or at least some of them were, not every single one, but the majority of them were all-wheel drive. Now, the thing is, people actually take those and go off-road with them because the thing weighs nothing, and it actually has decent ground clearance on it, and it will go off-road pretty good. But that's the interesting part when you get these, like, really small, off-roaders, or that can be off-roaders anyways, that they get this, like, sort of cult following. Because I know, like, those Wagabons, like, would be really cool. There was actually, when I did that Junkyard Tour video, that last one,
with the giant junkyard there. There was actually a couple of those in there, and what'd be really fun. Oh, that's just rude.
It did not take you long to figure that one out, did it?
Because I'm always looking. I'm always looking and chatting at the same time. You know.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah. Well, and like, CRVs and Ford Escapes actually make decent off-roaders. They're not amazing, but CRVs actually, if you put knobby tires on, are actually pretty good. But the interesting thing is though, like, the best off-roader I have ever seen. It's not a truck. It's not a car. It's not a wagon. It is a 1993 Dodge Caravan.
I've seen those in the tough truck competitions too.
Yeah, I've only seen, like, it only sat about that far off the ground. But what's funny is my brother, he off-roaded the crap out of that thing because he was trying to kill it. He hated this
the
map.
other thing is what makes them good, it's all front-wheel drive. So you can completely pancake the back half of the van. It doesn't have a drive shaft that goes back to the back wheel, so you're not going to hurt that. Unless you hurt the front of the van, you're not going to stop it.
Yeah, well, the funny part is, though, his van was actually it was the recovery rig for all the off-roader, like all of his off-road buddies, because it never got stuck. Didn't matter if it, like mud and stuff like that, it never got stuck, even though it's only about that far off the ground. It just
a lot of that is tires. So depending on what tires they had on it, a lot of, like, you can have the best 4-wheel drive vehicle, if you have crappy tires on it, you're not going anywhere.
Oh yeah, well, all these guys had like mud terrains or whatever else like that, but it's one of those deals where it's because of the weight more than anything. Because like the tires he had, I think was just like some cheapy winter tires, nothing special. But
the weight is
like
over top of them.
Yeah, it's just the weight is over top of the wheels, but then also it's a 93 Caravan is not a heavy rig. They're like 3,400 pounds.
No,
like,
I mean the most substantial part of the whole vehicle is the engine bay. The rest of it's just a freaking it's a tin box.
Exactly. Especially it's not like the later Caravans where they're 8,000 pounds, but
right. Yeah. That's why you could get away with a 4-cylinder Caravan from the early 90s, and they didn't need a big engine. Now, my stepfather at the time, he had the V6 94 Caravan. That thing got up and got V6 in one of those little Caravans. It gets up and goes.
Yeah. I will say actually, like, this is one of the most sketchy facts that I know. So, in the 80s, you could actually get a Caravan with a 2.2 liter turbo that was a stick, right? And in that configuration, you can make that van go 150 miles per hour.
That's a scary proposition. Though I've had my Nova almost at that speed.
Yeah,
it's even scarier.
No, I would much rather pull that in the Nova than the Caravan.
Let me make this clear. This is a 1977 Nova with a 305, right? The rear end was lifted at this point already, and any of the ground effects that it came with from the factory, like the little front chin spoiler, were no longer in existence. You get this car up above 95, and the whole car starts getting light.
Oh, yeah, the Caravan did the same thing. Because gotta remember, it's just a brick going down the road. There's no aerodynamic. Like, this is the early Caravan, not the later ones.
But the thing is, it's still a brick going down the road. Just the air hitting the front of that car is going, the van is going to push it down. All the air went under my car. And my car is shaped like an arrow. It was like an airplane wing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, because I haven't seen videos of somebody really doing that, of actually taking the turbo Caravan sticks to that speed. But I mean, think about it though this way: like, at least it's gonna be sketched no matter what vehicle, especially from that age that you're trying to do that in for the most part. But I think I'd much rather still do that in the Nova, even though it'd be sketchy either way. Because, like, the Caravan, gotta remember, that was a not that great of a vehicle. Like, they were never designed in any sort of they never had any performance in mind. Like, yeah, they put the turbo in it and the 5-speed, and then
Well,
somebody took it to 150 mile an hour.
yeah. Well, the one thing you got to understand is that van probably would take an accident better.
I'm not sure about that.
At
It's
least in the
80s, not
early
90s.
'90s, they had accident
Yeah, this
safety
is
ratings in mind. There
this is
was none in
early
seven.
80s though. Like,
Oh,
this is
early
Caravan that's
'80s.
still kind of like,
Were
this
they
is
even
like
called caravans
84
then? Oh, they were
they
called.
made the Caravan they made the Caravan as early as, I believe, 84. So,
Hmm.
um and that's the one thing, like, but those are the Caravans I'm talking about, with the fixed beam headlights and stuff like that, the 4-eye freaking really early ones that you never see anymore. You
Yeah,
always see the if you see the old square body Caravans, you see the ones with the more arrow and, the
yeah.
sort of one piece sort of headlight that way.
But by the way,
But
my car did not go 150. It only went 133, and
yeah, okay.
that was GPS speedometer. That was that my because my speedometer only went up to like I think 85.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We
But
we pulled out the
it's
cell
just,
phone with the GPS, and
yeah.
we were
But
just like, we got a giant ass stretch of road. Well, how fast does this thing go? Okay, whomp, and we backed
yes,
off because the car started doing woo, and it's like and my windshield wipers went straight up in the air because the wind going over them pulled them straight up. So yeah, not straight up as in like if you were trying to pull them up for snow, but literally it took them from the home position to perpendicular to the windshield, up the windshield. So yeah, the whole car got really really sketchy. Um, I did not have as much steering input as I would have liked anymore.
no, I can't imagine it doing that. Like, my '86 Mustang, actually, I decided the other day that, you know what, I've got this nice stretch of road. There's nobody here. I didn't fully commit, only because I started running out of road.
I can
But,
tell you that
well,
a late '90s, early '90s Fox body with a 302 will do 160 with a 5 speed.
yeah, that is the okay. That is the Aero Mustang that has better aerodynamics than me,
Yeah,
is a little heavier than me
it was
too,
a
so it
convertible.
helps with, yeah, it helps with the stability being even heavier than I am. And also, it's got about 100 more horsepower. Well, not quite 100, but close to 100 more horsepower than I do. Like,
Yeah, it was a I think it was an '89 Mustang LX convertible 302 with a 5 speed. And that at that point that was the fastest I have ever gone. It was on I-95 heading down to Dover Downs. Dover Downs Speedway. We were on the interstate and he went for it. We reached 160.
yeah, that is. I mean, like, on those later, don't get me wrong, the later Fox bodies were a much better car than the 4 Eyes. I will fully admit that they just have better build quality by then.
This
Um,
was not a prime example of a Fox body either.
no, but yeah, and
It was a
but still,
ratty. It was ratty.
yeah. I mean, a lot. Even the nicest Fox bodies are ratty. There's no such thing as a
Your
mint
top
one.
looks pristine compared to what his did. His
Yeah, well, my
interior, there
top.
was a white leather interior. It was all cracked. His dash was cracked. It was dark maroon with a white top, and his maroon looked more like somebody took baby powder all over it because it was that faded.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I have seen them definitely like that a lot. It's not uncommon. Um, but anyways, in that car, because then I started running out of road, but it was still pulling a little bit, which I was happy with. But I got to 115, which was I was quite happy with that, especially with my little uh the 14s on there with only 205s on it.
Yeah.
You know, that was nice, and it wasn't whispered at all at that speed, which shocked me. But mind you, because it was only Fox bodies that had the issues with a very light front end. You know, these later Foxes were so much better when it came. worlds better at that.
I mean,
But
don't get me wrong. There are some Fox body Mustang. Like, I actually like the convertible Fox body. If I were to pick a Fox body that I like, but only when the top's down. Fox bodies look great as a convertible. They kind of, look kind of similar to a LeBaron ish. Because the LeBaron kind of looks like the Dodge Daytonas, but like a convertible.
yeah, it does. It drives me nuts whenever somebody says this has got a LeBaron. I'm like,
I'm
no,
not saying yours is the LeBaron. I'm just saying they are similar. They are. You cannot deny it.
you squint. But
Yeah,
also, like,
there's a lot of things that
like
if you squint, there's a Dodge.
well,
Is it the Aspen that looks like the Nova when you squint?
a little bit. I will admit that one. But here's the thing though that drives me the most bananas. That thing still has all of its badging on it. Someone looked at the back of my car that says Ford on it and said, "Is that a LeBaron?"
Well, I mean, I get told that my car is a Camaro. I've had somebody call it a Thunderbird. Um,
Well, I will say,
yeah,
okay, Camaro doesn't hurt as much because at least it's still the same, like not.
body style.
It's under the same family, Um,
Jesse, I am highly disappointed in you. To call my car a Camaro is like trying to call I'm trying to think of another worse comparison because although the bodies are the same, the engineering that went into a Trans Am is at such a higher level than a Camaro, even a Z28.
yeah, I like, and I know what you're getting at. Like, yeah, because the Trans Ams had a lot more upgrades and whatever else. They were just a lot more engineering went into the Trans Am
That's what
compared to
happens
even
when you
just like a
piss
regular
off an
Firebird.
engineer and won't let them use
Uh,
the chassis that they want to
okay,
use.
Jesse's just talking about from looks, which yeah,
Yeah,
they
from looks,
are
yeah.
they're
Well,
sister
the
cars.
thing is yes, you strip a Camaro all the way down and you strip a Trans Am all the way down, maybe. Rear quarters are completely different. So even if you strip the car completely to a bare chassis and you look at it, Trans Am's got wider hips. Point blank, they do. They have wider hips than the Firebird. I mean than the Camaro. Um, but also the way like the whole back end is set up is different than the Camaro.
Okay, hi, Steven.
But yes, the actual like silhouette is similar. Silhouette, the rear window structure, that stuff is definitely similar.
You really want food? I'll feed you.
We can make comments about your Bronco 2 there to the untrained eyes. I mean, you could say that just about any vehicle. I mean, to the untrained eyes, a lot of it's just the people that aren't car people, they don't understand. Pilot, leave the poor girl alone. She's a car girl. She's gonna have dirty hands. If she didn't have dirty hands and a car girl, I'd call her a fake. Uh, um, um, I could have very well, and they're not even the same brand because they are pretty much. I mean, you went there, I didn't. I mean, the only reason my hands are clean is because I didn't actually go out in the garage and do anything dirty today. You should have seen my hands yesterday. They were all covered in freaking contact cement and the dirt that stuck to the contact cement and PC7. If you guys have ever had PC7, that is some pain in the ass stuff to get off when it starts drying.
Ah.
Uh, the I defended your honor, Kat, and so did Jesse.
What happened?
You need to shake your finger at Pilot over there. He retracted his message already. He said you better be off going to go wash something. And I told him to leave you alone because she's a car girl and she's got dirty hands. If her hands weren't dirty and she was a car girl, I would call her a fake. So you yelling at a car girl for having dirty hands.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
like,
some
now,
car guys that keep their hands cleaner because they're too afraid of getting their hands dirty.
Oh yeah, like I know actually quite a few car guys that will actually just wear gloves all the time working on cars, and so they don't get dirty.
Point,
But
yes,
like I don't at all. Like I really don't. Unless if I'm like dealing with, like, for example, coolant or whatever, I'll try to wear gloves just so that coolant doesn't get in my hands. Because I hate when coolant gets on your hands.
It's
one of my
slippery feeling.
Yeah, it is. Like now, and I did wash my hands. They're not super clean, but they are cleaner. And I didn't wash my face because my face was bothering me.
It's more of a lubricant than oil is sometimes.
Yeah, well, like the one thing is because oil doesn't really like get into your skin, but I feel coolant kind of does.
It's glycol.
Like, yeah, well, like also it gets really sticky too if you
it's
leave
a glycerin.
I don't. Yeah, I don't like it. So, but yeah, it's one of those things, and I mean, like, to be honest, it's like I know, like, he was trying to make a joke
I
or
cannot
whatever
stand
else like
breakthrough
that.
on
That
my
wasn't.
fingers.
Oh,
Breakthrough is worse.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think I've done breakthrough yet. Yeah, see, but that's the one thing though, Pilot.
He's a machinist. He's not a grease monkey.
Yeah. Well, like, exactly, but like he owns newer vehicles and whatnot. Like he has a CTS, for example. Like, you know, the newest car I own, well, it's technically not mine yet, but it will be fairly soon, is that Dakota. But it's 2004.
Ours is
the newest thing I've ever owned.
The 2011 Kia, because we killed the 2012.
Yeah, but like, even still, my experience with modern vehicles is hardly anything, really. So this Dakota, like, I have more experience with that because my dad's Ram was a very similar setup to that, except for because it's kind of funny with this truck. So I should talk about this. So this truck has, and let me convert this for all y'all in the chat because y'all are prepared.
Jesse says that while you're doing that, Jesse says that his newest vehicle is an '84. And up until the point I got my Jeep, my newest vehicle was, no, I lie. No, because my first vehicle was the Ford Escort. That's a 95. Then I got the 77 Nova, then the 89 Cherokee, and then we had the 03 Cavalier.
Yeah, okay, so this Dakota, it is an 04 with 368,000 kilometers, which converted to American is 228,000 miles on it. Now somebody, I don't know what happened, I can only guess for anything, and like you look underneath, it's actually fairly clean, so it's just like, okay, so they didn't like crash anything or anything to do this, but the front differential is missing, the drive shaft is missing, the axles are, well, they are, I think the axles might be there, but nothing else, right? It's just, they're just steering, nothing else. So that's all missing off this truck. But it's actually a really clean truck. Like, it's got its rust and its dents and things and whatever else, but they actually took time when they put it into the auction. They detailed the hell out of the interior. There was almost no dust or dirt or anything in the interior, which was really nice to
Who
find.
looks underneath the vehicle?
Yeah, underneath is actually pretty decent. Like when you crawl underneath of it, it didn't look that bad.
You know a true auctioneer when they walk through the auction things with one of those mirrors on a stick?
I haven't come across people to do that, but I just crawl underneath the car. I don't care.
Well, yeah, it's just less convenient.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, you get dirty and whatnot. And my oldest car is technically my 81 Mustang. Actually, no, lies. My 78 Civic.
There you go.
So,
but I don't claim to have super old cars. I mean, I just haven't had the ability to own one. I would love a mid-60s Impala. you know, I have cars that I want that are a lot older, but I'm stuck with what I have for now because I can't afford the ones that I have now.
Yeah, oh yeah, like for me, I mean, I love my cars, and just because like the '80s is kind of an interesting point because everybody bags on '80s vehicles so hard, right? They all do because oh, horsepower wasn't really around, even though it was. People just need to
Today,
pay
day and
attention a
age, it
little
doesn't
more.
matter with horsepower because you just fucking gut it and you throw in a freaking your newer engine anyway.
Yeah, you can do that too, but regardless though, like
If I
the
gotta,
'80s, I would say actually excluding like some vehicles, but I think the '80s was probably the best decade for innovation when it comes to cars because they started to play a little bit more with fuel injection and whatnot, getting them more reliable. They started to get better build quality
I
in the
still wouldn't
'80s
buy
and
an
stuff like
80s.
that.
Not
Well,
for
see, I
those reasons, because you know what? It's like buying the brand new gaming device for the first year that it's released. You're the guinea pig. I wouldn't buy anything fuel injected until the 90s because it wasn't decent until the 90s. We weren't getting horsepower out of them until the late 90s, if not early 2000s.
yeah, there are some exceptions to that though in the '80s. Like there wasn't too many, I will fully admit, but and yes, the '90s got a little better, but the '80s is what started it, right? And bear in mind, the start of the '80s, like you go 1980, 81, 82, it's essentially '70s, right? So, and that's no different than any decade. The first like 2 or 3 years of the cars are usually just carryovers from the '70s, nine or the previous decade, 9 times out of 10. Um, and like, but what I'm talking about, though, to be honest, is more like the build quality just got quite a bit better than the '70s did.
But I'd still wait
And
till
you
the
can actually
90s.
see it, but you can actually see you can drive my '81 Mustang and then you can drive my '86, and just notice the difference between the two cars. Now like there's a big difference when you drive both the cars. It's just the '86 is a lot more quality involved,
There's
even
only
though they're both very similar.
there's only really two cars that I would want from the 80s. And they're very specific as far as what of those, but a G body, a Chevy G body, or not Chevy, just a GM G body. Because the Buicks, the olds, and the Chevys, they all had decent G bodies.
Don't forget the Pontiac.
Huh?
Don't forget the Pontiac.
Yeah, I didn't like the Pontiac. I didn't like the Grand Prix from that generation.
I love those.
But anyway, yeah, they all had decent whatever, and you're just gonna pull the freaking engine and drivetrain out of them anyway. So you're looking at body wise and interior wise, as far as those cars that you want that I would get out of them. I could give nothing from the 80s that they had 105 horsepower.
Some of them, yeah. I mean, hey, well, the one thing is kind of cool with the '80s, like even though there was, turbocharging and whatever else in even as far back as the '50s for vehicles, but the '80s is when they started to get their stride with turbochargers and stuff like that, and really experiment, which was nice,
Have
right?
you seen an
Like
81 Turbo Trans Am?
it's I wouldn't say that's the finest moment, but here's the thing: as they got later on in the '80s, it got a lot better. Because like you can look at GM's first turbocharged vehicle, which was actually in the '50s, if I'm not mistaken.
But
There was an
even the
Oldsmobile, I think it was.
GNX, okay, even the GNX with all the freaking crap that it did, it's still not that. I mean, by mid '90s standards, it wasn't. It's not even that great of a car. It's great for the time period that it was in because everything else just sucked that bad.
Yeah, well, I was just saying of overall innovations and how better the quality got.
Yeah.
I would just say '80s compared to like '90s, they got all the performance back in the
80s is the
'90s and the
bratty
early
teenager.
2000s.
Just wait
Oh,
till
it,
they
it
get a little
definitely
older
was.
and get refined.
Yeah, well, like,
And then you go to the
the one thing
90s.
is, yeah, like I like the '80s stuff, and I think like for me, '80s was probably for me, anyways. I like the '80s stuff, and not only from like hey a price point because a lot of the '80s stuff hasn't really hit the ceiling
But
yet, but
you do not have to answer this live. year were you born?
96. Yeah, hey, I mean, okay, you want to say that? Look at Joseph. He's 16,
Yeah.
and
But he had to
he
have gotten
likes.
his influence of cars from somewhere, and most likely it was, okay, somebody in his family or somebody he was around had to have cars like that. He had to have grown up around cars like that for him to have that officiate of whatever the word is I'm looking for that style of car.
Yeah. Oh,
Same
I
with
mean,
you. You had to have had somebody growing up that influenced you that is the style car that you latched onto.
uh, technically no. The cars that my dad likes is
Not
more
the cars your dad likes.
60s. Okay. The cars that my dad like loves the most are 60s and 70s, and there are some 60s and 70s that I prefer over
That's not.
mine. Yes,
You're missing my
but
point.
well, also he likes the full size stuff, the nice luxury,
Right.
whatever. I like that stuff too, but I latch on to more of the little weird stuff that way.
You're still missing
Like
my point.
I,
I'm
I
not
didn't.
saying what somebody liked that were from your childhood. I'm just saying what you were around, what you saw, what influenced your brain. Not necessarily what somebody else liked or was influenced by. You know, reason I like my Nova, now, this is going to be funny, wasn't because somebody else liked those cars. Okay? There was one of my stepfather's friends had one. It was like a sky bluey color. I don't know why. It was a ratted out piece of junk. It had a giant ass rust hole in the rear wheel well that you could see from inside the car because it was a 4-door. And but for some reason, I liked the car. Not because anybody else around me liked the car, but I grew up seeing that car because his friend drove that whenever he came over to the house, and for some reason I just got enamored with it. Flash forward a couple of years, 10, 15 years, and my stepfather I didn't even find the car originally. My stepfather's like, because I had just wrecked my Escort, and we were looking for a cheap car that I could buy, and I told him I wanted a muscle car. And he passed this car on the way home from work. It was all gold, and it was sitting there, and they had a price tag, I think $1,500 on it. And he's like, "Yeah, there's an older car down there for $1,500. Why don't you go check it out?" So I rode down there on my bike because that was my mode of transportation at that point. It wasn't even a mountain bike. It was a skinny tire bike. And I rode down there and I got the number off the vehicle and called him up and talked to him. And we worked out a deal that I would pay X amount up front and I would make payments until it was paid off. And that's how I ended up with it. But again, it was because of me as a kid seeing that other car that made me like, hey, I want one. It's not like late 70s Novas are like, oh my God, freaking delicious. Not to
Oh
most people, they
yeah,
aren't.
yeah. Well, like that's the interesting thing with me is because when I was younger, actually, don't get me wrong, I liked muscle cars when I was younger, but I was more into the tuners. My favorite car for the longest time was an S13 Sylvia, Nissan Sylvia, with the SR20 in it and stuff like that. I love those. I still like those to this day. I would still love to have one, but then as I got older, it got into the more American else as I went on, and then it's only, to be honest, because the cool car that my dad had didn't have it very long, and I don't even remember it going down the road. I only remember playing in it as a kid. Was a 1973, I believe, Volvo 240 wagon.
Oh, to be
Um,
the tanks.
yeah. Oh, that thing was just awesome. To be honest,
You couldn't
it
kill those things. They were technically like
this
the
one died.
safest things on the road at that point.
Yeah, actually, you know what's funny? Because okay, so every single car that gets a crash test to this day the benchmark, just the base benchmark, is the Volvo 240.
Yeah, I know. That's been a
Still to
meme
this
since I
day,
was a kid.
it still blows my mind that, like, okay, so like one and two star cars are basically what they consider for like the Volvo 240. Right? Because I mean, they are a safe car, but they're not as safe as some of the newer stuff. Yes. Um. Yeah, and it's just one of those things. Like I love that car, but like honestly, it was more like racing games and whatever else that I played, and even just because I grew up in Lethbridge where we had this thing every year called
Okay.
Street Wheelers, and we went every year and saw a bunch of just different cars. It was mostly muscle cars and trucks and whatever else. But
I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna interrupt you because I'm gonna change your direction of thought here.
rude.
I know, but I am stream leader. I am choosing to change your direction because we are getting at. How did you end up with your first Mustang? And did you like them at the time that you found it?
No,
So
I couldn't care
you're
less about.
okay. Now, your asphyxiation with your car is then from the blood, sweat, and tears that you have put into it.
Yes, this is true. Like
Okay, so back to the
because
story of how you got it then.
okay, so how I actually initially got the vehicle was
The vehicle. I
I'm
thought you loved it more
looking.
than the vehicle.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for certain criteria in a first car. So I wanted it to be
Oh, it was even the first
small
car.
enough. Well, yeah, that's my first car. Yeah. So
Oh,
I
I thought
wanted
even
it
a
to
more
be.
special spot. Okay.
So I wanted it to be small enough that could fit outside my house here because there's not a lot of room there. I wanted it to be decent on feel. It didn't need to be amazing, but wanted it decent on feel.
But we could have been talking to a Katarina's garage that liked Honda Civics
Well, hang on.
instead of Fox.
It also needed to be a little different, little weird in some way or another. So the actual three that I had chosen, the one throws all of that out the window besides it being weird. And okay on feel. So the three I had kind of selected before I bought Stitch finally was a 1986 Ram Charger. Oh, I love it. I love it. Um, but yeah, so a 1986 4x4 Ram Charger. Then there was the 1978 Mercury Cougar, which that's a big car, So I don't know why I was even thinking about
Those
it.
are cool looking.
They are, and this one's a throw too as well. And I thought, oh, it'd be kind of fun to build
And
it
they're
out a little bit.
comfortable. They are comfy inside.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. But then there was this Mustang, right? And now the Mustang was a last minute decision. I was actually so I saw the ad for this Mustang the previous um the previous day actually before I didn't even pick it up that day. I paid for it that day. But I was gonna look at this Cougar the next day. But then this Mustang pops up, which I saw that Mustang for sale in December, and I actually bought Stitch in March of the next year. And so the one thing is, and I kind of it like when it was up on Kijiji in December, it was gone within less than 24 hours. The ad was just deleted. So I'm like, oh man, but I didn't have the money for it at the time, whatever else. And I started to save a little bit. Then I got her, and now the one thing is because I decided that I'm going to look at the Mustang first because it's actually closer to where I am, and it's along the way of where I'd be going to look at the Cougar anyway. So, and then yeah, I struck up the deal with the guy, whatever else, and I bought it on site. And I didn't go look at the Cougar after. Ram Charger though.
Poor Cougar.
But the Cougar was cool because 79, very clean, 3.2, force automatic. They never made a manual big body Cougar. And
that's because of the clientele they were going after too.
Well, yeah, it became a luxury car instead of a
So
luxury
more about
pony
convenience
car.
instead of performance.
Yeah, well, it was a personal luxury vehicle instead of what it was
even
before.
the old ones, the ones that you had the Cougar X
XR7.
Yeah, even that one, it was still a luxury car first, performance car second.
Oh, yeah, like But the first gen Cougar, though, was the sister car to the Mustang, right? So the second generation Cougar, which is the one you almost never see, you'll see first gens, you never see second gens. The second gen started in 1971, and they went till I think 74 with that style. And this big body car wasn't as big as the late 70s ones, but you look at it and it's because I think they based it off the Torino actually. So, and when you see them, they definitely have a presence to them, and they definitely have the sort of muscly feel. But you could tell that this is more of a luxury car as opposed to a muscle car. But even though, like the first gen Cougar, you can look at that and see, hey, look, that's a Mustang, right? It's going to have a little bit of performance in mine, typically. But of course, there was more luxury. And yeah, and then the Cougar just got
fat.
Once the 70s came along, it just
became a fat middle-aged man.
Oh yeah, because like that 79 Cougar, like it threw basically everything other than the weird factor and being decent on fuel out the window. Because that car, I think, is like 17 and a half feet long, right? It would not have fit in my little parking space.
That's as long as my Nova.
Yes, your Nova's too big. I said your Nova's too big.
That's okay. The Trans Am is worse. The Trans Am is almost 19 feet long.
Which is just stupid. Like, it really is.
Well, I mean, you gotta think about it. There's 4 feet in front of the engine before you hit the tip of the nose.
Which, like, you expect that out of, like, a Chrysler Imperial or a Rolls-Royce, something very luxurious, but no, it's just a Trans Am.
The funny thing is, there's almost nothing from the back tire to the bumper.
Oh, yeah, they are short deck. Very short deck on those. Because I've had the trunk of that open and go, other than width, this almost feels like I have more room in the back of my 81 Mustang.
Mm-hmm. You can't fit much in them.
Yeah, no, you can't. And just like in the Mustang, you can fit hardly anything in that trunk. But
now you go to my Nova and I can fit, something that's like 6.5 feet wide by like 5 feet long in the trunk of that car.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's
my Nova would dwarf your truck.
Yeah. Well, even because like that old Dakota, it's actually let me see.
My Nova was considered a compact. Like it was a
Which I find that the most funny thing on the planet.
But you gotta think about
it. Compact is 17 feet long.
Yeah, but you got to think about all the other cars that were out on the market then. There were boats.
Well, what I find really funny though, because okay, at the time, what were the contemporaries to the Nova? And I know Nova wasn't a performance car though. I get that.
No.
But still, what was the
contemporaries? They had was 105.
Yeah, but what was the contemporaries to that? So okay, you had the Mustang 2 at the time, which was a very small car.
Small? Are they smaller than the Fox bodies?
No, they are actually a little bigger. The Fox body, actually, the very early Fox bodies like mine are the lightest Mustangs they ever made. So, yeah. That's why my car on the scales is 2,680 pounds. Which is just god awful light, and that's the reason why I can do what I want to do with it, and it actually be a good performer. But shit, what was I gonna say? I totally lost my train of thought. Damn it.
Okay, so I don't want to do. Let me see if I can pull up a calculator. Calculator. There we go. You put that over there. I don't want you over there. All right. So my car is 196.7.
Oh, that inches?
Divided by 12. Yeah, 16.3 feet is the length. I knew it was almost 17. And then the width. Where's the fucking clear button? There it is. It's 110, 111. So it's 9.5. It's 9.25 feet wide.
Oh, I mean, I'm
and 16.3 feet long.
Yeah, which compared to, because I'm sure to think, like, because the one thing is with the 4th gen Nova.
What did I do wrong?
Like, But one thing is with the 4th-gen Nova, it really knew what it was supposed to be. Because it's got like this aggressive styling and whatever else, but it
No,
was a
that's
little
9
too.
feet.
Okay, how many inches?
111. That's the
Yeah,
wheelbase. Actually, no. I'm
yeah.
sorry. That's the wheelbase. Never mind. It's 72. Sorry, I did the wrong number. I didn't do millimeters. I looked at wheelbase instead of width. It's 72.2.
Okay, yeah. That's 6 foot, so wide.
Jeez,
But yeah,
you know what that means? The Kia is wider than my Nova.
to be fair, most newer cars are going to be bigger than your Nova. Like in just about every dimension, because new cars are huge. Like even the compacts are big. Go look at the Mini; they're not small anymore. You know, a Mini is like freaking 60
Yeah, they're
feet long.
freaking huge. Especially the fucking new. I hate the freaking new long minis and long Beetles. That's like that totally ruins exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know that they cannot sell like, especially with the Mini, and although the Beetle's dead now, but
Yeah.
with the new Minis, like, I don't think they can actually sell a Mini that is the same size or similar size to the original one.
I
'Cause that was only 10 feet long.
I'm amazed. So I typed in the length of the Trans Am. I could have sworn the Trans Am was longer than the Nova. It is, but not by much. So I forget what I
Yeah, I
said that
didn't think they were quite.
the length of the Nova was. Actually, I can go
The
back.
length of the Nova was okay. That was 196. That was 16 foot 3.9.
Okay, the length of the TEA is 16.4.
Oh wow! So it's like
The
yeah,
same
just
length.
like yeah,
It
basically.
just means that the
Like
body, the bulk of the car, is shorter.
yeah, like I think that I mean I'm sure your Trans Am's probably wider,
It's
and actually it might
73
be
inches
lower.
wide.
73. Let's see. Yeah, it's a tad bit wider by 0.08 of a foot.
Yeah.
So and then height, I'm assuming the Trans Am's lower.
It's a shorter
I guess.
wheelbase car, though. The wheelbase is
Oh,
only
what's it?
108.
Oh, okay.
So it's got a longer body, but the wheelbase is shorter. And it's wider.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that makes perfect sense that it's wider because like, but that's the one thing that like I'm trying to figure out because what was the 4th-gen Nova's identity actually?
The Force
Because
Nova, it's an X body. It's
no. What I'm getting at, what was its identity?
What was it
What was
considered
it
for?
supposed to? Yeah, like what was it supposed to be? Right?
It's a family. It was based off of it's a family coupe.
Okay, and true, but I do know like
It's
obviously
marketed towards the middle class. You know, just a stand. It would have been your standard. Malibu or not the Malibu. What was the car that was underneath the Malibu? The smaller version. They got rid of it a while ago because they kept the Malibu / whatever around for a little while.
Well, no, the Impala was above that. What was the other one?
There was a smaller car between the Cavalier and the Malibu.
There's only one car popping in my head, but I know that's not what you're talking about. Because it's not a Sunfire that you're talking about.
No, that's still the same thing as a Cavalier.
True. Although you couldn't get the V6 in a Cavalier, you could in the Sunfire though. The Cobalt. That's not what I can think of. That's smaller,
What
but
is it?
not super small.
The Cobalt is a Cavalier.
Well, I guess it's an evolution of the Cavalier.
Yeah, the Cavalier, the Cobalt, and the Cruise are all the same platform. Whether or not they're actually the same platform, they all filled the same. That was the same niche. If they didn't change the name, that would have all been the same car. That's just like the Trailblazer and the Blazer. It's the same vehicle. They changed the name. The Dodge Neon and the fucking what did they change the Neon to?
The PT Cruiser.
No, the PT Cruiser is not. I mean, it was a neon platform. It was a neon platform, but I'm talking about the evolution of the Neon.
The Dart.
Yeah, the Dodge Dart. You know, it's just they changed the name to appeal to a younger audience. Hey, Mongrel's Garage.
There's Mongrel's Garage.
And Brandon, I know I saw Brad. I saw you in here.
Yeah, it's been a while. See, and there you go. You've got another Trans Am buddy, or Firebird at the very least, buddy, in that chat there. Yes.
Yay. 10 greatest GM from the 90s. Yeah. The Cadillac CTSV. I don't want greatest. I just want regular sedans.
Because no, the Lumina would have been dead by then, I think.
Yeah, the Lumina was dead.
Lumina...
Lumina died in the 90s. And I think it's the car that replaced the Lumina is the one that I'm talking about.
What the hell replaced that? Because like, the Lumina actually was a decent sized car. Which is kind of funny. They're over 50. Yeah. Well, I had one for a minute.
My mom had a Chevy Lumina with a 305 built, small block 305 that was built, dropped in it. Not a stock 305. I mean, this was flat top pistons, had a cam in it. You know, it scooted. It wasn't no 95 horsepower 305.
Yeah. Oh, and now, okay, here's a question for actually the chat and everybody. Which car that it's actually still to this day, so that narrows it down a little bit, has the most storied history of, like, it didn't know what it wanted to be?
My Nova, but that's not been made today. My Nova kid decided it wanted to be a muscle car or an 80s boxy thing.
Yeah, which, no, it's because and that's the interesting thing, because a lot of the stuff is kind of like evolved, but not as much as that did. Because it's been the only thing it hasn't been is a truck and a wagon.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Dodge Charger. First in Dodge Charger was kind of a big luxury car. Well, see, Jesse, the Mustang was always a pony car, though. Always. Except for the very first one was technically an inline six.
Well, now it's an SUV.
That's true. They do have the SUV of that. But it's the Dodge Charger. So Dodge Charger, first generation, 66, 67. Big luxury sort of boat that. 68 through 1970 was a badass muscle car. 71 through 74, it became sort of that luxury, but still kind of badass that way.
Jesse says that the Mustang was considered an eco box, but it was still a pony. It was a pony car. No, it doesn't matter. It's not. It was never considered a. It wasn't considered a muscle car. It's a pony car, which is, different. The definition of it's always been a pony car.
Yeah, but Jesse, I promise you though, like the Mustang, because it's always had its main identity though. Like it started out, yes, the inline six. They never actually intended to put a V8 in the Mustang in the beginning when they were designing it. This is true. But they decided to put it in, and then that's when it became the pony car. Soon after, like yes, the very first one, VIN number 1, had an inline six. This is true. But the Dodge Charger is definitely the most storied and weird that way because, again, it was personal luxury car, muscle car, sort of muscly luxury car from 75 to 79, or 78, I should say. The Charger was a personal luxury vehicle, had no power whatsoever, and it was very, very sad. Then you move to the 80s with the L-body Chargers that was a front-wheel drive, a Econobox. You could get performance out of it, somewhat. But front-wheel drive Econobox, right? And then 2005 comes along, and they reintroduce the Charger as a four-door sedan, right? And then now in 2024, the Charger is becoming an electric sort of muscle coupe again. So,
No,
you know,
don't ever call an electric car a muscle coupe. Fuck that. I don't mind swearing on my channel for that. That thing is not a muscle car. Nothing with electric in it is considered a muscle car.
I said muscle-y.
No,
But
it's not.
yes,
No, I will fight to the death on that. It is not a. I don't care how much power it has. It's not a muscle car.
I wasn't saying it in that regard, like of the power it makes. But Dodge, they're gonna. I have the sneaky suspicion that the Charger's not going to be the super handling car or anything like that. It's just going to be that typical sort of. When you think of a muscle car, you kind of think of a car that typically doesn't handle but goes really fast, right? Because like a Tesla handles okay, right?
Wait.
Like,
which car has an electric motor? Not mine. Not powering it. I mean, technically, the only vehicles I have are the truck and the Trans Am and the. That's not what's running the car. Period.
yeah, no,
That is not what is providing the go.
they're just being smart asses.
I know. They know I'm irritated. You just
Yeah.
stuffed a super hot freaking superheated metal poker into a very, very agitated wound.
But you know what I mean when I say that though? Like, it's just because it is Dodge and that's kind of what they do. They're gonna infuse some muscle car energy into an electric car.
First off, it's not Dodge and it's what they do. They are trying to appease or try to salvage what they can from the fan base they know they have. Because honestly, Dodge has not been Dodge for a long time. They are trying to find some way to survive in the current market.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Absolutely.
And the whole reason Dodge is what it is now is because they saw a void where GM and Ford were not filling, and they're like, well, we can do that. And they're just like, well, we're just going to go balls to the walls in that direction and hope people like it.
And so far, that's worked very well for them. Like how many Hellcats have you seen around, right? Mm-hmm. They sell a lot of them. Mm-hmm. And that's the one thing, like, because of all the cars, because, like, it's kind of interesting. Even though a Challenger is heavy, but they still handle pretty good for what they are.
Yeah. It's all marketing. I mean, the whole thing with Dodge and their freaking power trip, it's all marketing. They are playing towards a severely neglected, power-hungry group of gearheads. Because we haven't had any options. Oh, yeah. And Dodge has been the option. If you want a true muscle car, Dodge has been the option. Because yes, Ford and Chevys make power, but they are handling cars. They are not like crazy, stupid freaking horsepower and fucking just raw, in your face brutality.
Yeah, well, to be fair though, Dodge, because the one thing is, Dodge didn't have a muscle car until realistically right around 2008. Again, from about 1975 until 2008, they didn't have a muscle, and it's really very sad.
They had some bad attempts. The Daytona.
Yeah, now see
for one.
Yeah, well, the one thing is, for a little bit they didn't have the performance, but then through the 80s, actually, they got the performance out of these cars. Like, you can look at a GLHS Omni, for example. That thing's just a monster of a car. You can look at the late Shelby Chargers as well. Again, or not Chargers, sorry, the late Shelby Daytonas. Those are actually really good performing cars. They're fast as hell. The Charger as well, the late Shelby Charger, like the 86, 87, those are fast too. But then it's kind of weird with Dodge because they infused this performance back into the brand, and then they did nothing throughout the 90s. Other than they, put V8s in trucks or whatever else and made those kind of fast. But that's all they did.
Yeah, they
didn't have
drive.
Yeah,
but then Chevy didn't really do anything either. I mean, they had the Camaro, and of course they've always had the Corvette. But I mean, the rest of theirs. Yeah. No, I lie. No, they had the Impala SS. They had the SS.
Well, see,
Not confused with
that's
the later SS, the
yeah. I know what you're
one
talking
that
about. Like,
the one that Tim Allen had, the all black one.
yeah. Well, because okay, no, I wouldn't say that only because
I
a
wouldn't
Mustang
consider all
isn't
of the Mustangs
really
muscle cars.
like a Mustang isn't really a muscle car.
No,
Like,
too small of an
yes,
engines.
yeah, like, can you actually make a Mustang into a muscle car? Absolutely. Look what I'm doing with my 81.
Even
It's so
go
getting that
through
vibe.
most of the muscle car era. Most of them had 302s and small block Fords. Very few of them got the 350s or bigger engines, which a muscle
Yeah,
car
well,
is supposed. I mean, a true muscle car is a big cubic inch engine, not just a small block. Small blocks
yeah,
were
oh yeah,
considered
like,
pony cars.
yeah, oh yeah, like, because I will say, Ford
We can't hear you,
had,
Kat. You cut out there for a second.
well, okay, like, so Ford actually, I will say one thing. Actually did have, although albeit it wasn't actually a Ford, it was a Lincoln, but they actually did have a muscle car for the longest time compared to everybody else. Because, like, if you look at the Lincoln Mark series, for example, that started, other than the Mark 6 was not a muscle car at all, it was just awful. But they started kind of as that luxury muscle coupe that way. They were massive and
Yeah.
weighed a lot, but they would go like hell for what they were. You know, like you could do Lincoln Mark III, like a 1970 Mark III, do like a 14, 15 second quarter mile, which is impressive for a boat, right? And through the 70s, like, yeah, they got slower, but oddly enough, those 460s and 400s still made a decent amount of power. Like, not good amount, but it still moved the car really well, where nobody else was doing that really. It's even the Cadillacs kind of started to downsize a lot in the 70s.
Right. I mean,
Where
yeah,
the
the
Lincolns
Cadillac
got
was the
bigger.
last one to consider, I think, actually have a big block. Even though a big block Cadillac is not technically big block, it's big cubic inch, but not big block.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They had
Yeah.
the 500 all the way up into the mid 70s, but technically that's still not a muscle car. It's just a
No.
big luxury
That.
car. The last what you would consider to be a muscle car, honestly, would be mine. Because they didn't make the 400 after 79. Could not get a 400 in 80.
Yeah. Well, I will say though, like the Lincoln Mark series, besides like the Lincoln Mark II, because it started with the Lincoln Mark III when doing the whole performance luxury vibe, and like just the size of the car and the big cubic inches and
Yeah,
everything.
but
You know,
that's a big body
it's
car. It's not a
yeah. I mean, technically speaking, like I know the actual definition of a muscle car, in which it gets confused all the time, is technically a mid-sized car with a full-size engine. That was the definition back in the day. Then that's changed now.
Well,
But
of course, it's just like everything else. They change shit to suit themselves. But still, technically, from after 79, you did not have a muscle car until I would considering there's still well, I guess some of the Camaros and the Corvettes have what would be considered a big. The 392 that's in the Chargers, I would consider that a big engine car. Some of the Camaros with the 6 liters, the 6 liter Camaros and Corvettes, they would be considered a big liter engine for a mid-size car. I'm
yeah,
not.
but
How
Jesse,
big is the Coyote? The Coyote's still only a 5.0, isn't it?
They make a 5.2 Coyote as well.
Still small block.
But
5.7
they
is a
do make,
350, and it has
but
to be
they
bigger than
are,
a 350.
yeah, like well, and actually Jesse, yes, but the GT500 died in 1971.
Yeah, and today's
So,
GT500, if it's still using a 5.0, that's still a pony block.
well,
Yes,
actually,
it
no,
makes
they don't.
great horsepower.
They do not use that. No, the GT500 actually
I don't
they
know the car
use
that
a
well.
much, yeah, the GT500 uses, I think it's a Coyote base, but I think they're over 6 liters.
Yeah, if it's over 6 liters, then yes, it would be considered a muscle car. All right, let's see.
Although, I will say like a GT500 KR from like 2008 made 800 horsepower. I will say that.
Well, I'm not saying horsepower isn't necessarily the thing. It was Because you can make a shit ton of horsepower from a 5-liter freaking, a 5.3-liter freaking LS, but it's still technically a small block.
Jesse, the 5.2 was in the GT350 only. They did not put the 5.2 in the GT500, I don't think. I think you're wrong on that, but I don't think they ever put that in there.
I am using the Googles.
Yeah, because the 5.2 was
2002, 2002 uses a 5.2-liter V8. 2001, 5.2-liter. 2000, 5.2-liter.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah, I'm talking the later ones, like the ones that they make now.
Yeah, 2002 is a 5.2.
Yeah, that's 2000. No, that's a totally different generation.
No, I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. I'm reading it wrong. I will show you exactly what I'm looking at. I'm being dyslexic.
Okay, because I was very confuzzled when you were talking about that.
I'm being dyslexic. I meant 22.
Oh, interesting. I didn't think they
so that's
used
still technically a small block, because that's small. That's like a 327 ish.
Yeah. Because I thought I thought the 5.2 was only used in the GT350. My mistake. Because I always think of the 5.2 Coyote with the flat plane crank, like Jesse mentioned there.
Yeah.
And which that died when the Yeah, there you go. He said, "Look at the 2013
okay,
GT500."
I will.
Because actually, I think those just had a 5.4 that was supercharged, if I'm not mistaken. Like it was Triton based.
That is still not much bigger than a 350. That'd be the 351.
Well, 351 or like up to I think 356 or 357.
Yeah, and it's still been considered a small block.
Well, see, a Raptor's not a muscle car though. That's a truck.
Yeah, it's a truck, completely different.
They've made muscle trucks, yes.
But I mean, trucks again. I don't think there's really such thing as considered muscle truck, because again, trucks are designed to have bigger engines. So you're not putting something bigger.
No, okay. Let me reframe that for you though, and let you think of it differently. Because a truck has always been a utilitarian thing, except for when manufacturers have made it performance. Then they became more of a muscle truck, which the first muscle truck was, of course, the Little Red Express truck in the late 70s, right? And, but a lot of those trucks, you can kind of use them as a truck, but not really. Like a 454 SS is a garbage truck. It's a decent muscle truck, though, but it's a garbage as a truck because it can't tow worth it. And actually, Jesse, they are talking about doing that in the GT500. Putting the Godzilla motor, which is a 7.2.
If they don't, but it will be that will be the send off. That will be the last hurrah.
Yeah, and actually, they are because of the Ram TRX. They're actually shoving that with a supercharger on it in the Raptor as well.
They should have put the Elephant in a charger before they freaking sent it off into an electric engine.
The Camaros, with being a ZL1, I believe they had 6.2s.
Yes, they had 427s in them. Actually, no. No, yeah, you could get a Camaro with a 427 in it in not so long ago. I forget exactly what year, and they had the 427 Corvettes. But generally the 6.0 and 6.2s, I mean, they're still considered. I mean, you got to think about it. The engine that's in my car, the 400, that's a 6.6. So the 6.0, 6.2s, that's still a 383.
Yeah, and Pilot, we're not talking about Copo. We're talking about the newer Camaros.
Yeah, newer stuff. We're talking about, did they bring back what essentially is technically a muscle car? And like I would consider the 392 Scat Pack or whatever Chargers and Challengers, I would consider those muscle cars. That's a bigger. It's pushing 400 cubic inches. Those were considered muscle cars. I mean, granted, yes, everybody lumps in the base model Camaros and the Mustangs, even like not my car, but the earlier versions of the Novas. The muscle cars really weren't until you started shoving in the engines that are closer to 400 cubic inches, because that was what would be in the big bodied cars. So if it's got like a 350 or a 351, the 318, the 360, muscle cars were more of the bigger engines, the 390s, the 400s, the rest of them were considered pony cars.
Yeah, like
The 428 Mustang, yes, that would be considered a muscle car.
yeah, like basically any big block Mustang was more of a muscle. Because like the one thing is, and because basically any of your because like the smallest big block they ever put in the Mustang was a 390, and what's interesting about the 390 actually in the Mustang, it was a decent performer. Don't get me wrong, but it did not. It actually got its ass kicked by the competition pretty hard. Like a Charger with a 383, for example, smoked it, which is hilarious.
Well, I mean,
to think about.
Going back to the whole muscle car, not a muscle car, people just lumped everything with a V8 that's a smaller car as a muscle car. Technically, the muscle cars were like the GTOs and the Chevelles. That was really considered a muscle car. The Camaros, the Mustangs, those were considered pony cars. Now, you stuff a big enough engine in them, yes. That kind of throws it into muscle car territory. But most of the bigger Chevelles and things like that, they came with big engines.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like and that's the interesting part, because like
a Chevelle, you wouldn't really find something smaller than a 350 in a Chevelle.
You could, but yeah,
very rarely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, say that actually. The interesting thing is, I see mostly either 350s or inline six Chevelles. Anyway.
The performance oriented, I guess I should say.
Yeah, and actually Margaret was correct on that. But
well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's why I keep changing what I'm saying is necessarily when I'm talking with Chevys, I say big block or small block. Ford really didn't have a big or small. Most of the other companies didn't have a big block or small block. They had deck height differences. They had a tall deck and a short deck. GM is really the only one that really had an actual legit big block and small block. I mean, yeah, Dodge had the Hemi and all that, but those were completely different style of engines. But yeah, I mean, you put a big block Chevy next to a small block Chevy, and there's a big difference.
Oh God, that's so cringe. Sorry,
what? Somebody comment on your stuff?
No, on my Vruck that I'm selling, some guy just asked me, what does it need? Go ahead. What does it need to be fixed first? Is it roadworthy? Would you drive in an hour? It says that the motor is seized and it has no brakes in the ad, you dumbass.
Well, yeah, sure. If you want to come play Vice Grip Garage, but you tinker it, you bought it. It's not if I get it running, I can take it home. No, you pay for it first, and if you can't get it running, well, then you're getting it towed. Whatever you decide to do with it once you buy it, that's on you.
Yeah, I mean, if you know what, if you want to pay for it, then work on it. Okay, cool. Now, there is one thing that I will say though. If you come out and you work on the vehicle, like you agree to a price before you work on a vehicle,
and
then you work on it and get it. Well, no, the thing is, no. If there's been no money transacted, there's not a set price that way.
I would not. I would be one of these ones. I don't know. You sell your own stuff, but if you're going to touch that vehicle, you've already bought it. Regardless.
Yeah, well, actually,
you don't touch that vehicle unless you pay for it.
Well, actually, me and Joseph, it got a little contentious actually involving that T-Bird. He came in to actually buy it. But the one thing is, we agreed on a price as it sits. But he didn't give me the money yet. So then, and I mentioned that it's as it sits. Well, then he got it running and whatever else was my help, but he got it running. and so the price kind of went up a little bit, not a lot. It did go up a bit because it's now a running, driving car, and no money had transacted. So
that's a good see, and that's why it goes on both ends of that spectrum. I'm not touching that car. If I'm trying to get that car out the door, I'm paying for it as it sits. Because and you should be wanting it to be paid for as it sits right then and there, because even if he does get it running, if if he touches it and it makes it worse, now you have a worse car.
Yeah. Oh
like,
yeah.
They get the engine to fire up and it locks up. Well, now you had from a don't know if it doesn't run to you now know it's locked.
Yeah. Oh, like, and to be honest, like, I was fine with him because I wanted to see if the thing would even run anyways. But like, the one thing is with me though, if he gave me a deposit or whatever else like that, that means we've already agreed on a price and everything, and we're good at that point, right? Like, and properly, there has to be money transacted for me so that it's actually a legit thing. If there's no money transacted, there's nothing.
There could be a money transaction or an agreement signed.
Which there was nothing.
Yeah.
It
doesn't have to be a deposit. If you do not require a deposit, well then at least a signed agreement.
Yeah, which there was nothing, right? This was just a verbal thing, so like, and that's one of the things. And actually, Jesse, no, that's known as him buying the vehicle. He just didn't mention it in the video that happened. That's all. And we've moved past it now, and it's totally fine.
But no, you're not wrong. There was no money transfer. Is it kind of freaking? Is it kind of lowbally? Yes, but at the end of the day, that's a business transaction. Even if it's amongst friends.
Like, and now it's not like raised it by like, oh, it's $1,000 more. No, it was an extra $200, right? So,
but the other thing is, it's not like you fixed it and they're now charging $200 more. You guys fixed it together, which means his time and effort was into it as well. But that was on him. He didn't require. He should have agreed to a price before he started working on it, because again, that's like, okay, if I'm going to agree to go buy a house, right, and I look in, the guy's selling it for 30 grand. I go in and go fix it up for him. I haven't agreed to a price. There's no contract. There's nothing stopping him from charging me now what a fixed up house price is. I mean, is it kind of shitty? He just used my own work to raise the price that I now have to pay. Yeah, kind of shitty. But he's not in the wrong.
Like, I still have to think about it too from my point of view, because if he gave me the money outright and then went to work on it and then got it running, okay, cool.
Yeah, Jesse, I agree with you. I can fight on both sides of that fence. But then again, I was also really good in the debate club. I can fight on both sides of the fence, even if I know that one side's wrong.
Oh yeah,
I can still make an argument.
Both. Yeah, I get both sides of it.
I've done that to you.
And you have it. It annoys me at times. But
even if I feel you are right, I can still argue the other point as a devil's advocate.
Yeah, and I absolutely see both sides of it too. But I've always kind of done business that way though too. It's just this is the only time where it's been it's not as fun with it, because like I have another instance where a guy paid for a '54 Buick that I was selling, and then he got it running on the property. He's like, oh man. He got it running actually fairly easily.
But if he agreed to a price beforehand, that's up to him. I've had watching my stepfather, the one that I don't like, growing up, because he was a mechanic. He would do that. He would search for vehicles that had issues. Because he's a mechanic, he knows how to fix most of them. So he would go find the ones that he knew were something stupid, like bad plug wires, or needs a cap and rotor, or something where most people would be like, well, it doesn't run anymore. I don't know what the hell's wrong with it. He'd go buy it off of them for the it doesn't run price. Probably put a couple bucks into it. If he didn't do it right there on the spot, as soon as he got home, he'd have it running before the end of the week. And he'd have another vehicle that he paid dirt shit for, cares nothing about it, but it's a daily and it runs.
And Jesse, the engine he has would be a shit motor for Stitch, only because it's a weird bell housing on it. It's a worse head than I have, and it's actually much more of a pain in the ass. The fuel pump is entirely different. Basically, everything is different about that motor compared to mine.
And we've already gone through the whole point of putting it into a V8, but
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Like yeah, because the one thing is, okay,
that'd be
that's
like somebody telling me to put an LS in my TA.
Yeah, so like that motor, it's a 65. The one they picked up was a 1965 inline six, right? 200. Now, one thing is with those that has the small blockhead, which they flow about 30% less than what my head currently does. Ooh, we're all big now.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I don't think I mind this with two people, but I
Yeah.
think I would not like this when you start adding more than two people in.
Oh yeah. Like, and I'm an inline six fan too.
And I'm gonna
But
go
I
have a
learned
drink. Crowd's all yours.
Yeah, okay. So, but the bell housing's even different on that too. Like the bell housing pattern, it is different. And so that's one of those things where, to be honest, like that motor, not really a good backup. However, if it was a 1967 or 66 motor, different story. That actually would be a decent backup because it's basically the same as mine, just the head is different. And like, and then there's inline sixes, and actually there is an inline six that I'm going to be getting as a backup motor that, to be honest, I'm going to build it out. That's the one I'm going to build out. I'm not going to touch mine because the one thing is, this one is the rare bell housing that I've wanted to find, and I'm getting for free, which is awesome. No, the 2.8 V6 has its own weird bell housing itself. The inline six at least kept the same bell housing throughout its run. The 2.8 did as well, but the 2.8 is weird. In that regard, because it doesn't share hardly anything. There's almost no crossover whatsoever with 2.8. But the engine that I'm going to be getting off a guy, I've actually dealt with him before. We've done business together, whatever else. He's pulled. He has 81 Mustang with the inline six in it, and now his has the very rare bell housing on it because it's the low mount starter, which basically that bell housing pattern is a 3/4 of a small block Ford bell housing. So with that bell housing, you can run V8 flywheel, V8 clutch, V8 starter, make things so much easier on yourself, like 302 stuff, right? But with my current bell housing pattern on mine, it's the high mount starter, which I have to get specific rare parts to do. So yeah, and that's why, like, that motor, that's the one I want to get because he's pulling it out of his car and he's just going to give it to me with the C4 attached to it, which I don't need the tranny, but that's fine. I'll have a spare tranny for something I'll never use. But yeah, and that motor, that's the one I want to build out. And look, I want to send that one off to, like, when I have the money, to a machine shop and get the pistons bored out 30 over and deck the head and all that different stuff. Have them chop off the intake and build me an intake for it that's better, that'll bolt in, right? Because people have done and do stuff like that to it just to make my car be so much better than it is now. Just make it the absolute peak that I can make that motor while it's still reliable and straightable. Because once you get to, like, really high horsepower in those 200s, they're not really straightable. That's kind of the problem. But yeah, and I would love to chop the intake off because it's a terrible design of a cast into the head. It's garbage. And it's also a log design too. Yeah, but it's also a log design where it's just like, okay, it goes out like this.
Is your exhaust mounted to the intake?
No. Technically not.
Yeah,
no.
The Novas were.
That's old. R.I.P.
The exhaust manifold was literally mounted to the underside of the intake, which was also mounted to... It was bolted to the intake and to the head.
Yeah, see, on the 200s and 250s, they were actually... it wasn't like that. The EGR technically was bolted, I guess, to the intake that way, but you can just put a block-off plate there or something. But, like I did.
EGR valve is bolted to the intake on my Trans Am too, so...
Yeah, and that's how it's usually done on those. And Yeah, but like, and that's the one thing with that other one, because it's such a rare bell housing, because um they only did a that specific bell housing on the 200 from sometime in 81. I don't know when they did this in 81, because this is the only 81 I found with that specific bell housing. Because my car was built in, I think, April of 81. It still has the high mount starter. The Capri was built in July. It still has the high mount starter. So I don't know when they changed it. And they only did it for like, a few months, and then for all of the 82, and then they got rid of the inline six. And what do you want?
I was gonna answer. I was gonna comment on what Jesse said, but you wouldn't even give me an edgeways. He
Yeah,
said
hey,
that
you do it all the time.
they use the heat from the exhaust. Oh, I'm the host. Shh. Um,
You wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't here.
they use the heat from the exhaust to heat the intake. I can't tell you how many times my carburetor got so heat soaked that it literally was boiling the fuel in the freaking bowl during the hot months.
Yeah. See, now the one thing is, like, even on the 200s as well, technically they're like that as well, where you had like a heat soak sort of thing that you have a hose on, like almost any freaking later carbureted setup where they had that hose to try and make cold starts a little easier and make it warm up fast.
No, I'm
Just
talking
and it
about
took.
the exhaust bolted to the underside of the intake would heat the intake up, which would then heat the carburetor up.
Oh, I
During
thought
the
that,
summer months, if I stopped that vehicle, I couldn't get it started again
yeah. See, now
when it
I will
had the inline
say
six in it.
say before I put the rad that I have in it, I was having similar problems to that. Not quite as bad though. I can still get it started every time, but it was not
But
happy.
like you said,
Um,
your exhaust wasn't literally attached to your intake.
but it is directly underneath it though.
No, mine was
Like,
literally directly attached.
yeah. See, and that's not as fun. But like
But anyway,
now,
what's in the cup?
oh,
It's
well,
been sitting there. I've been trying to get the Brad mentioned this. Wait, how long ago was that? Brad mentioned it.
oh, I did see that message a while ago. I will admit.
Where? Oh, geez, it's all the way up there.
We were having a tantalizing conversation about inline sexes. Okay.
Where is it? 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 That was at 11:21. That was 4 or 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw the comment.
So anyway,
But
what's in the
yes.
cup?
So,
We got orange Powerade.
yeah, orange flavor Powerade.
Okay. What do you guys got in the comments there? We're gonna play for what somebody bring out the points because I need something that's gonna be actually significant and actually change points here.
That'd be rude to knock me out of my position. That's
It
not fair.
depends on whether or not you can guess.
You know I'm not good at that.
This should be easy. Anyway, somebody bring up the fine. I'll do it.
Oxygen is in the cup, which that's
That is not a
inaccurate.
sailboat fuel. High performance sailboat fuel. Geez, tongue twisters. Okay, so for me to be any significance, that's one, two. We're going $5 million question.
That's rude.
$5 million. Hey, this could take you somewhere. $5 million question. What's in the cup?
Okay, that is. Wait, why is it such a small glass? Okay.
I've been drinking
See,
this all
that
night.
screws that screws with me that it's in such a small glass.
I've been drinking this all night. You got to be specific.
See, so Jack and Coke.
I said specific. Well, technically, it is specific-ish.
That is specific. Which obviously that's not it. So
specific herb.
Ugh.
We're gonna go with that Smokey and the Bandit line. You know, where he's talking to Big E and Little E about buying the Trans Am, and they hand him cash, and he's like, "I need a speedy car. No, I need a speedier car. Speedier than that." Cobra Cola. Can you imagine if they actually made a Cobra Cola? That'd be a fucking cool name for a soda. Is the only people in here? Where is Brad? Brad is the one that. Brad, come on. Somebody's got to know what I've been drinking recently. It's obviously not Red Cat, because hey, that would be wine, and that's empty. And it's not the stuff Chris gave me. I still have some of it. It's not empty. I mean, I'm pretty predictable. I mean, unless it's a beer, I'm pretty predictable. I have graduated beyond regular Jack and Coke. I'm an older gentleman now. Why is my thing saying that there's no video?
Oh, there's still video. It still work. Oh no, we did freeze. Oh wait, no, that paused for me. Never mind. There we go. Let's see. Oh, it's still working.
Run and Pepsi. If I had something with Pepsi, it wouldn't be rum. It would be Southern Comfort. That'd be a SoCal and Pepsi. This is the mixer. No, ew, gross. Southern Comfort and Coke, no. That'd be like Jack and Pepsi. Gross. Those flavors do not mix well.
See now, because the one thing is, I was looking at that because your drink is really dark. That's what screws me up.
That's the mixer.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't think it'd be Coke or something like that. So what? Do you guys? No, you're not drinking Crown Royal and Coke, are you? See, yeah, that doesn't really help me. As a hint.
If I show much more of it, somebody's gonna know. Tequila. That's not what I. My mind went somewhere really bad. There'd definitely be a worm in that one. No, it's a dark. It's a darker. It's a. Oh my god. It's not rum. It's a whiskey.
Okay, it's a whiskey.
I don't drink. If I drink rum, it would be Captain Morgan.
Yeah,
there are some higher end rums like what's the one with the Bacardi?
And now here is a
Jesse, you were going it won't let me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only saying that's
it won't let me delete the comment.
No, it won't let me do it either. Yeah, Jesse, we're trying to
remove that comment, Jesse. That. It won't let me remove it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah, it was only saying block for us.
Yeah, because we just removed a comment. That's why.
Ah, okay. I'm trying
what the hell? Why is it says I have excellent fucking condition, but yet it keeps freaking doing the whole like cycling.
It's looking fine on my end.
I have nothing saying that my stream isn't healthy, but yet I keep getting the freaking wheelbarrow of death.
We already said Jack Mongrel, and it's definitely
It
not
is
ISO.
not regular Jack and Coke. It is a whiskey. Ooh,
I
I
can't
don't
think of
do
the
wild
flavors,
turkey.
but-
If I could, I'd get scotch, but scotch is expensive. Thick glass bottle. You gotta kick yourself because you guys are bouncing right around it. It is literally like beating the bush. And it's only because it's 5 million points. I'm being particular for a reason. It's not a bourbon, it's a whiskey. Even though bourbon is just an enhanced whiskey, but yeah. A more refined whiskey. Technically, this is a more refined whiskey. Not a bourbon, though. Or a scotch. I can't afford that freaking shit. I could barely afford this. I'm out of beer, which is why I'm drinking it. Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey is still the base whiskey. That is their base whiskey. I mean, that would be like saying I'm drinking a Coke if it's cherry Coke. I mean, technically, yes, it's still a Coke, but it's not. Jack has more of a bite to it than this. This is smoother.
Oh, okay, it's not Jack. Okay.
Yes, of course, the person with the most points actually legitimately got it.
Well, there you go. So it doesn't affect me the most because I will eventually catch up here. So that's fine.
It is Gentleman's Jack and Coke. And I'm almost out.
Oh, Mongrel is in Arkansas right now. What are you doing out in Arkansas there, bud?
What text did he need to read?
No, he may not have heard everything either, I suppose, but
Because it's the only Jack and a Technically, no. Technically, there is a little bit of a regular Jack in the bottom of a bottle in his house. Because I never will finish a bottle without I will never finish a bottle of Jack without buying another bottle. Like, I will not kick this bottle. I will not kick this bottle unless I have another bottle. Just, it's like a superstitious thing. No, I won't drink that one. Because until I get another regular bottle of Jack, I won't kill that one. The second I go get another bottle of regular Jack, I will kill that one that's sitting here. But I don't really drink the regular Jack anymore. I will if I can't afford the regular the gentleman's anymore. Yes, technically Jess won, even though it's not really fair. She's already got points. She's at 13, that would be 17.
okay, you're down to the no-name nationals. Okay, or going down to it. That makes sense.
What is the no-name nationals? Do tell.
So it is for automotive content creators that have at least 1,000 subscribers, if I'm not mistaken, and
Aww.
it's a competition.
Wait, at least 1,000?
Yeah, I believe it's at least 1,000. So, and it's a competition of just like races and whatever else between them, and at the end, I don't know if there's an actual prize at the end of it, but it's just more of like, hey, the smaller channels get sort of big shoutouts from some bigger channels and stuff like that.
I never even heard of it.
Really? Oh, yeah, no.
And where's it at? Arkansas?
I don't know if it's directly in Arkansas, but
that's like really far away from me, I do believe, right?
Let's see, no name national.
Arkansas.
Arkansas, yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so they started. They start
Oh yeah,
Thursday.
that's a good decent for me.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. See, that's one of those cool things that way
Yeah, but I
for
never heard
content
of it.
creators.
It is an 18-hour drive.
See, I thought it was a racing thing. Oh. Oh wait, Marcus said 500. So what, is it like a 500 lap race or something, or because I can't remember
Or maybe that's what
the
he's saying the
exact
winning
details.
is, but even 500, or is that what he's saying you have to have at least 500 subs? But yeah, that's
Oh, it might be 500 something. Actually, let's see.
center
Let me
of
just look it up.
Arkansas is 18 hours. 1,135 miles from where I'm at.
Let's see. Um, Running
Obviously, it's going to be for you.
National.
It's going to be forever.
Oh, that'd be a long.
Where's Mongrel's Garage from?
He's actually like 2.5 hours south of me in Vulcan.
Am I? It's a drag race. I don't have anything that I can think that would compete except for the TA, and the TA is obviously in no condition to run.
Yeah, I don't have anything that would compete properly because even questionable reliability when it comes to the convertible because it's never been
Oh, I'm subscribed.
reliable.
Oh, you got the freaking GTO. That is a GTO,
Like
right? No, that's not. What is that? Is that a GTO?
what? What on what?
His channel banner. He's standing in front of one car that I can't tell what it is. Those seats look like Trans Am seats.
Let me take a look here.
And then there's a car off to his right that I want to say is a GTO. But no, it doesn't. The
No,
headlights don't look right.
that is a Pontiac Parisienne.
This is a Pontiac front end, which is what was throwing me off.
Yeah, that is a Parisienne, which is a Canadian only model. Similar to a Catalina.
Okay, that's nice looking.
Yeah, that's like a 67-ish.
And I see the square body red thing in the back on the left. I have you subscribed, but I don't. I mean, most of these are shorts. I don't tend to watch shorts. Oh, that Mustang Mach 1.
You see, I got my second place position back there, Jesse.
Have fun catching Jess.
I'll do it.
I'm not in any condition to run either. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, let's go, hit the top. I mean, you were at 13. You were at 13 million. Now you're at 17 million. That's 5 million points. That's what I said, because I was looking at where third and fourth were and what they would take to catch Cat. And
Now, see,
I figured if there was going to give them points, I wanted to give something that would actually make a difference. The problem is I made absolutely no difference.
no.
Just shoved you further out in the lead.
Now, here's the thing, though. If she wins at the end of the year and gets her prize before me, I'm calling shenanigans.
What is shenanigans?
Just
like
saying.
Double snake eyes or what?
No, shenanigans is like for carnivals or whatever else like that. If it's a rigged game, like if it's a rigged game, it's like you yell shenanigans at it.
I don't think we've ever yelled shenanigans at a video at a thing, but shenanigans.
No, I mean South Park made a joke out of it.
Oh,
so.
okay. Not a big
too.
South Park fan. I've watched a few episodes, but I can't say that I've watched. I can't consider myself a fan. I haven't watched enough episodes.
That's such a shame.
Never liked the style. It's just it. I grew up with Beavis and Butthead, and yeah, it's just,
Well, Jesse, yeah, I won last year handedly. Like, I was like, I think 1,000,000,000 points up on the next person.
I also ran into a bunch of crap at the end of the last year too.
There's that too.
I mean, we were moving. I lost my job.
Yeah.
I have ADHD and I always forget whenever I'm not right here in front of the computer. Oh.
Yeah. Well, at
Technically,
least
it's
you
the
don't
last
forget
2
about
years.
at least you don't forget about your own life.
My own what? My life? No. No, because I kind of look forward to those.
Exactly. Like, could you imagine though if you actually forgot?
I've done it.
That'd be kind of funny.
I've done it. I have forgotten that I was doing a live stream until like 5 minutes before I needed to start setting up. Trust me, I've done it.
Oof.
You can't tell you how many times, especially when I first started doing it, I was a mad scramble to get everything set up, because it's not like now where I have everything set up. I used to do these at the kitchen table, the end of the kitchen table. If you go back and look at some of my first ones, or the ones that I was joining with the other people, I literally had to scramble to set everything up, because nothing was set up. Because I only set my computer. I had the laptop. I set my computer up when I went to go do something. Other than that, it wasn't set up. My first desk, which is actually the top of this one here, the top of my workbench, is what's left of that original desk. I pulled out of the trash and fixed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jess, I
Wish I
all
could have
got
been there
t-shirts
today.
last year that I never went out and picked up and bought, because I also stopped doing that as t-shirts not long after that.
Yeah, although to be fair, Jessica, I haven't gotten my prize yet, and it's October.
Yeah.
No.
She doesn't want that. That's a prize she doesn't want. She doesn't need to, damn. She already wears my shirts, the ones that I have here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what she just said.
I'm still missing a few. I know where my truck one is, but I can't find my Trans Am one. I don't know where the hell that one went. No, actually no, I don't know where the truck one is. The only one that I can find right now is the Let's Settle This Like Adults. The one with the Christmas tree.
Yeah, I know that one.
I have a nicer one. The newer ones are nicer. Way nicer.
Which, by the way, we can get rid of that now.
Oh yeah, we can. But yeah, that one's way nicer. My new ones with the emblem on the side of the sleeve, and they hold up a hell of a lot better than the other ones, and they feel better.
Yeah, I haven't done issues with mine yet, so granted, I don't wear it as often as I wear like this shirt.
She goes, "Oh no, someone beat me. I don't need a night of nightmares like that." We'll go to this one, because we don't have Chris here, so we can't do what's in the truck. Even though we've already kind of been discussing this one like the whole fucking live stream.
Yeah, that's what happens, right? Okay, so where do I even begin? Because I have a few freaking projects right now. Well, actually, okay, so something I haven't mentioned in here yet, and this is something that I just found out last night.
Ooh.
So
we get prioritized our information.
Yeah, you get this stuff before my YouTube fans actually. So
you heard it here first.
Yeah, so
does Kat ever drink? She drinks. She doesn't drink alcohol.
I don't drink alcohol, period. Because I can't, to be fair. But anyways, so
Jess wants to win crystals.
So now the thing is, okay, with my really wide, tall tires on the back of my car, I've been having issues with it rubbing and actually cutting the tires. But I got it to not do that on the driver's side anymore. But for whatever reason on the passenger side, I couldn't figure it out. Until I was at the car meet last night and it finally hit me talking to my buddy there. And it's just like, wait, the springs in the back and the shock, well, okay, the springs are only a year old out back. Up front, they are the original springs, but they don't really sag that much in the front. However, on the passenger side, you can see it sags a little bit. Actually, the entire side is just kind of like this, a little bit. So the front passenger side spring is actually causing the back tire to cut into the for the back tire to still be cut on big bumps and stuff like that. So
Nothing you
I'll
do
need
is
to
throw a
actually
spring rubber in
replace.
there. Oh no, you have
I
leaf
could.
springs. Are they coils or leaves?
They're coils.
Yeah, you
So
could throw a leaf. You could throw a rubber in there.
I could do that.
That's what I did
Or
on
to be
mine.
honest, they are original springs, so I'll likely just swap out the springs. Anyways, it's not a bad idea to be honest.
Well, I mean, even in
because
the
again,
back.
the back are
Or
okay.
throw
No,
a taller bump stop.
well, no, that's not.
It'll keep it from compressing all the way down and hitting the tire. You'll still have your regular spring rate.
No. But here's the thing: it's still gonna sit kind of wonky.
Well, yeah. So I'm not saying not fix the problem in the other one, but I still think that even if you fix that front spring, it may happen less, but you'll still do it, especially if you have any weight in the truck. I have the big old freaking tires in the back of my car. I've had these issues.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't get me wrong. Could I potentially do that? Yeah, but I'd much rather fix it properly than just do a band-aid right. So I will be ordering springs in the next little bit when I can actually afford it and put them on. But to be fair, winter's right around the corner, and those big ass tires or whatever are going to be removed from the car anyways.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I mean, and I would suggest either if you're gonna run those springs, I mean, if you're gonna run those tires next year, either put a bigger bump stop, a stiffer spring rate, or go to air shocks.
yeah,
or the other I wouldn't necessarily go to truck shocks because that car's light in the back already.
Yeah, no, I was getting into that before you.
Okay, sorry, brain's going.
But yeah, so basically, I am gonna replace the front springs, and I thought about putting Gabriel hijackers out back, because I think that they've probably been in business the longest doing it. So they're the ones I feel most comfortable with putting air shocks in the vehicle.
She's gonna ride like shit, though. I'm gonna tell you that.
Depending on how much air you have in it, but any air shock is going to affect your ride quality badly, regardless of the shock.
That's what was on my Nova originally. I took them off.
But and that's one thing. I thought of doing that as well, and then I could honestly even in a show height, I could actually get that asset way up in the air, just make it look cool.
But, it's good for adjustable. I mean, at that point though, bags are better, but
yeah, bags are expensive though.
Yep, they are.
And I still want to, because I'm also still gonna be driving this thing in the winter a bit, anyways. Even though I got the truck now.
The other simple fix you could do is shackles. No. Never mind. I'm thinking. Never mind. You said springs. You said coil springs. You can't do shackles. Duh.
Yeah. It's not a leaf spring.
My easy fix is just to freaking get longer shackles. Yeah,
get longer shackles and bigger freaking bricks. There you go.
Bigger. No, I know mine aren't lifted with bricks. They're just literally, because mine are still mounted on the top side of underside of the spring, but no bricks. I don't have any.
You know what, Jesse? If you want to pay for that for me, I'm all for it. I'll do that in a heartbeat.
That's what the Nova is going to go to.
Yeah, I just don't have the money for that. I don't really have the money for Gabriel hijackers either.
I mean, originally I'm just going to move the tubs in, which will bring them right up against the springs, and I'm just going to move the spring inboard to the inside of the springs. But eventually I wanted to put either a truck arm setup or 4-link.
Okay, that's cool. yeah, so like that was kind of my idea on it though, of trying to figure out and I thought of putting different springs actually in the rear, even though they're only a year old. I didn't put the stiffest springs that I could in the back either. But I still have to replace the front springs no matter what.
All right, but you gotta
Um,
watch with putting silver springs in it because they have the same effect as the air shocks too.
oh yeah, I know.
That's why I
The one
suggested the
thing
longer
is,
bump stop because that will have the least amount of effect, and it'll just keep
yeah,
the suspension from compressing far enough that the tires hit the fender.
yeah, and you know what? Actually, because I might actually end up doing that, and plus, in the future, if that thing ever gets the kind of power that I want to make out of it, it'll get better traction too. With those bump stops, so it's not a bad idea actually. I didn't actually consider that, and because to be honest, I'm gonna be swapping the rear end probably this week, anyways, in that car, because I want to go up to my buddy Heath's place with the gas tank and everything for the Civic and work on the Civic too, and I'll get into that in a moment. And actually put because I'm doing this totally backwards from what you would normally do it because I bought two rear ends specific to both the cars because I didn't really need a super beefy rear end for my 81 Stitch because it's an inline six right now. I just wanted a limited slip rear end. Well, the other week when I was up there, I finally decided I should go check the 7.5 out that I bought. And at first I measured it and went, crap, it's actually too wide for my car. With the tires I have right now, it's too wide. It's extra like 3/4 of an inch on both sides. I'm already dealing with rubbing issues. It's just not gonna work.
That's what the issues I ran
So
into with my Nova when I swapped the rear.
yeah. But anyway, so it's like okay, it's too wide. So it's like okay, well maybe we can salvage something out of this. Maybe it's got a limited slip in it, like I was told. I pop it off. Nope, that's an open rear end. Damn it. So okay, shoot. But I
The
have
easy
an
way to
8.8
even not
rear
even
end.
pop it off to find out would have been to hold the yoke, hold the one tire still, and if you can spin the other one, then it's an open diff.
Yeah, we just didn't do it. It was raining and it was just not great, I think. But anyways, so now thing is, I but I have another rear end that was gonna go into my convertible with the 8, which is an 8.8 limited slip, and I know it's limited slip because I've had it off and looked. It's beautiful gears on it and everything. Now that rear end is either a 308 or a 327 rear gear. I was like, okay, that'd work in my car actually and make it a little better than those now because it's 273s currently.
Ugh.
In the car, yeah, it's just a highway gear. It's awful.
Granny gear.
But anyway, so the 8.8 instead of it going into the convertible with the V8, it's going into Stitch with the inline six because I kind of want the limited slip for winter too. So it just be a little more traction and stuff like that. Plus, it'll slide so much nicer in the wintertime too. When I want it to. So yeah. So that's what's hopefully happening this week. Just need to see where financials are to make sure. And then as well, so while I'm there, we are going to stab the gas tank into my 78 Civic and get that thing running and driving proper. We've had it running. I've never driven the car. Now, it has no brakes yet, but it is a stick shift and it's around a dirt yard, so I can just, kind of just drive it around. Kind of like I was driving around the Mustang in my one video there, the parts car. So, yeah, so with any luck, that'll happen and that'll be good and whatever else.
Oof.
I still have to cut the rear quarters out of the parts car and then weld them into my convertible. And I don't think there's many more parts in that. I think I've well covered it.
Yeah. I just looked up what gears would have came in my TA. So with the 403 auto, even though that's not what's in the car now, they came with most of them came with 241s.
Yeah, it was welcome to the 70s.
241s. They either came with 241s, 256s, or 273s.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't the '70s was an awful time for performance because even they capped the rear gear ratios
But the
too.
funny thing is it's got two, even if it has 241s, even with the hurt carburetor that was, or the carburetor that was on that car. You've seen the beginning of this show. You've seen the opening. It has zero problems lighting those tires off. Can you imagine
That
if I had you know, like 342s in it? I couldn't keep the rear end under that car.
no, definitely not. Like and that's one of those things. Well, because even driving, because like earlier when I drove my neighbor's truck there with the built Chevy 302 in it,
I'm trying to.
yeah, he's got 456s in that damn thing with a 235 wide tire with about 500 horsepower. So it did nothing but light up the tires as I was driving
My
it, and
truck
it's got a
has
locker in it too.
my truck has 411s in it.
Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't have 500 horsepower. Your truck.
No, no, like what? 260, 200, somewhere around there.
Not even that. Uh, those 360s for the factory, I think were 240. Not mistaken. Because I think the 318s were 215, and then they bumped it up a little bit with a. Is it 240, 235, something like that?
I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. I figured you would look at that.
Looks like 230 horsepower.
230, that's what it was, yeah. Because it wasn't that much more than the 318, and because like my brother discovered something actually, with the Dakotas, and if you had a a base Dakota Sport with a 318 5-speed with basically
No,
no
I
options
lie.
in it.
I lie. That was when it
What do you
first
like?
came out. It's 250.
Oh, okay. I might be thinking about the earlier horsepower numbers
Mm-hmm.
too. Um,
It was upgraded in 98.
okay, I didn't realize that. Okay. But something that my brother realized though through research or whatever else is because he was looking at buying a truck and he wanted a Dakota specifically. Now, initially, he wanted a. This was a number of years ago now. He wanted a Dakota RT actually, you know, and those had the 5.9 Magnum in them. They were all automatics, and they were usually fairly fully loaded. You know, leather, power seats, power windows, all that different stuff, right? Just adds weight. And what my brother figured out is that if you have a stripper 318 5-speed Dakota, it was actually quicker than the RTs because it was much less weight. And the 5-speed had better ratios than that automatic did. So it really worked out. That NV3500, people bag on those trannies, but I love them. I've never had a problem with
You caught Jess's attention.
them. Yeah. Yeah,
I
see that.
know I could get a lot more horsepower out of that truck, but currently it's completely stock. Now, my other truck, the green one, it had headers and a bunch of other stuff done to it. Well, before I blew up the stock engine, put headers back on it when I grabbed. So I blew up the original 318 that was in the green truck that had the headers and the stuff done to it, and I threw in a 318 out of a Dodge Durango. I had to swap the intakes over, but other than that, they were, same thing. Oh my god. What have you done to my chat?
Not my fault.
Well, Jesse's
Okay.
sitting here flitting back between having a dirty mind and car talk, just turning a light
Yes.
switch on and off.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's good at that. Now, I mean, that's actually pretty good. Now, okay, so yeah, because that's a 300 that you can put a 4-barrel on it because it's a removable intake. It's so much nicer. And yes, Jessica. Jessica, it absolutely would. But yeah, because like my car, the interesting thing is, if I did just 3 things to my car, just like Jesse did, but different. So if I went to, and actually, there's one down in Washington. If I had $2,500, I'd buy this engine and Trinity immediately, or this engine and head immediately because it's exactly what I want. Um,
Sorry.
wow. But because yeah, there's. I
Oh my
saw
god,
this
nobody wants to see
Craigslist.
that.
Yeah,
Not even
I
you.
like this. Yeah. Anyways, I saw this Craigslist ad for a 200 inline six that it was punched 30 over and had a few other things done to it, and I think like a stroker crank and stuff like that, right? And as well, he has a very very rare, like it comes with this head, which is actually the Australian 200 head, because the Aussie heads were
Didn't
really
have emission
cool.
laws like we did.
Well, no. The Aussie heads are a cross-flow head with a removable intake.
Ah.
They make a big difference. Like for flow-wise, compared to my head, which is like the best head they made for those 200 stock, and then Aussies came in and just like hold my beer. This head flows, I think, 70% better than mine.
Wow. That's a big
Right?
jump.
It's So if I put literally, I didn't do the third thing. You know what? If I got that head with and make a header for myself, like a long tube header, and attach it all up. Yeah, I would essentially go from the around 100 horsepower that I have now with the upgrades I've done to right around 210, just from swapping a header and a head. It is amazing what you can do with those, but it costs a lot of money to do. That's
Anything
the
from the
problem.
early
That's why.
80s can be improved with a different set of heads.
Yeah, well, you know what the funny thing is? And yes, I have seen that, Jesse, with the 306 with the LS heads. That they cut them in half and they put it on the 300. That was really cool. And yeah, that did work very well.
Justice
Um,
forward.
Yep. But the really sad part is, so my engine, and there's conflicting reports on how much compression these 206s made in 81. But regardless, because it was either 8.7 to 1 or 9.2 to 1, and I don't know which one it is because there's so many conflicting reports, I have no idea. And doing just a compression test, you can't tell what your compression ratio is because you need to know everything, right?
You need to put you put a plexiglass plate on it, you fill it up with water, and you figure out how much water fits inside the chamber. That's how you measure cc's on a head.
Yeah, see, there you go. And so
what I went to school for.
And now, but the thing is, even at 8.7 to 1, is the lower one, which that's what most people say that they probably are, but nobody's actually done the test. It's kind of weird that I found. So that is actually the highest compression Ford engine in 1981. How sad is that?
Yes, today's haircut is brought to you by Jess.
Very nice. But and that's the one thing with those with the baby inline sixes, from Ford, that they actually, you can do a lot to them, and they are a fantastic little platform. It's just you need to work it quite a lot to get what you need. Or to be honest, even a header gains you 50 horsepower anyway. But like, just that's how restrictive it is. It's just ridiculous. compared to most vehicles with like a cast iron sort of manifold, you add maybe 20 or 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, because we'll actually be like me and my neighbor will be making one, and then we'll also. I have a little turbo. It's only 46 millimeter. It's very tiny, but that'll be perfect for my little car to push basically about 8 pounds of boost through it. Which I think those things ran 12 from the factory, so you can actually just turn it down a little bit, and no big deal. And yeah, so it'll be turbo. It'll have header, and it'll be fun. Much fun.
I did a thing this weekend. This is my current project. Though I don't know if that would be the nicest way. Then what? Let me open this up through Facebook.
Through Facebook?
Yeah. Let me close this.
The Facebooks.
Because I can have a bigger picture. Okay. Ta-da! So I started about here this weekend. I had the other half of the dash done, and yeah, so it basically got all the way across the dash, and then the hard part began. Not that part. That was easy. That part. Now I'm happy. So this used to be a big dent. Like I don't know what the hell somebody did, but it was dented all the way in. And I filled that yesterday. No, yesterday, day before yesterday. Yesterday, Friday. Or did I do that Thursday? No, I did that Friday. Filled that all the way in, and we got to filling in. That was this part here was the hardest part out of the whole thing, and I thought that was going to be easy. Because I did the other side already, but it wasn't. But yeah, that's the whole. This is as far as I got this weekend. So I still need to tuck all of the edges in, and trim all the excess off. Don't think I have. Yeah, I have other shots. But yeah, this is like, I can't even tell you how many hours I have into this. I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning on Friday night. So Saturday morning.
Yeah, and now see, and he is not exaggerating stuff there. Only reason why it's because just about not quite every day, but we do see updates on this dash with the stuff quite often in the chat.
This is the only part I'm not exactly happy with. But then again, that was a really, really difficult place to get down into.
Yeah, I get that. And actually, you know what? Something I didn't mention.
What?
Before. So on my convertible, because I have the parts car, and it has some parts I could actually use that look good. One of the things was the windshield trim around it. Mine just faded to gray, and I could just take it off and paint it, but I never did. Right? I just didn't feel like doing it. However, this one had black. Now it's still kind of scratched up and whatever else, but it's still black. It hasn't faded yet. So actually today, that's why my face was all dirty and so was my hands when I came into the live stream.
Because you were removing
I was removing all of that and putting in the new stuff.
Cool.
Right? And it looks so much better. I didn't take a picture, but it looks so much better. I'm very, very happy with how that looks now. And I do have, because on my deck right now, even though it's gotten rained on once, but that's okay. I have a black carpet from the parts car.
I did see you pull that.
Yeah.
Saw pictures.
Yeah, I didn't do a video of me pulling the carpet out, but I did a video after the fact of showing off, hey, look, carpet, and some other parts that I pulled out of the car too. That carpet actually, because I thought that I might throw that into my 81, but then I realized it's not really gonna work in there just due to the gray on red theme I have inside. If I have, and I do have some black accents inside the car, but if it's this big black sort of carpet in there, I have to totally change the mojo inside the car. It just doesn't work. So that's actually gonna go on my convertible because it's got the red on black on the inside anyways, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have this this trim that goes on the inside around the windshield that's all in black. So that's gonna go all black with my headrests are staying red. Right? So it's just really just nice accent pieces to everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's something else I did today too. And like I haven't done the inside yet. I was trying to, and I took the screws out, and then was like, what the hell? Why can't I get these screws back in now? Because I couldn't even get them to like pull out properly or anything like that. It's just such a pain when a vehicle has never been apart before. It's always a pain to take it apart. You know, if it has been apart, it's typically a lot easier to take
because
apart.
when it's already been apart, half the screws are already missing.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. I mean, sometimes it's that, but you know, like with on some of the stuff though, like for example, Stitch, I've had the interior apart a couple of times. When I bought the car, the interior was not together. The seats were in the car, and the dash was in, and you know, the steering wheel and all that stuff was in place. But there was nothing else. There was no trim at all. All of it came with the car, but there was no trim installed. There was no carpet, no headlamp.
You bought
So
a basket case.
yes, I did. I mean, it took a bit, but I figured out how everything went together because it's just. And on those actually, I didn't know this until working on later ones. Is how everything mounts in on the early ones compared to late ones. Late ones have screws, and it's really nice to work with. The early ones have these. How do I describe those? They're like a bendable sort of clip that goes in between a hole in the actual bodywork, right?
That's what holds my door panels on in my Trans Am and my Nova.
Ah, there you go.
They're not
well,
screws. They're pressure clips.
There you go, pressure clips. That's what I was thinking. So all of the above the windshield, above the side windows, and above the rear glass, it's those.
Yeah, they suck.
Right? They do. And then as well, I don't know.
The plastic that they're attached to breaks.
See, it's yeah. I mean, I haven't had that issue yet, but the one thing is though that really sucks, and I'm sure you've come across this too when you've dealt with that, is all of these old parts, because when they went over from doing, hey, a gasket for the windshield to the glue, they always used way too much glue from the factory, and it bleeds through and gets stuck on that. And it almost feels like a tar after
it is a tar.
40 years.
It's called butylene.
Oh, there you go. So, I didn't know that actually. So, there you go. But that stuff, like, as soon as you touch it, it gets all over your skin, and it's just, so annoying. So yeah, that's actually all over the trim on the inside of that thing too. Like, just where you can't really see it, but it's there, and it's really annoying.
Yeah,
and like,
it's considered a non-hardening sealant.
There you go. Which makes sense, actually.
You watching the chat?
Yeah, I am.
The chat has gone into a very bad way. We will stay the course.
Yeah. But like, and that's the one thing with those pressure clips, because like the only thing to pull it out when you have to do that is you freaking yank on it pretty hard.
Get yourself a set of interior pry tools. They even have ones that look like a pair of pliers that you stick it in there and you squeeze the handle and the pliers pull it apart right where the clip is at, and then you don't have to worry about damaging the panel or the clip.
Well, to be fair, I haven't had that issue yet. Yeah, like that
Especially those ones
oh
that look
oh
like that are like a plastic peg with a bunch of rings around it that always come out looking horrible after you've yanked them out. They look great the first time you put them in, and then the first time you got to yank them back out the other direction, it rips them all up.
yeah. See, the Fox bodies with that don't have really issues with that. Like, because the interior pieces actually in those that are that, they are metal, so you don't have to worry about it breaking. Um,
In the Dodge,
and
they use a lot of those, and sometimes the head of the clip will pop off. Other times it'll pull the plastic. It'll break the plastic on the panel as the head pulls out of it. And then other times the ribs on the post will get all messed up and won't go back in right. So I have a couple loose panels on the truck because of that.
oh, yeah, see that sucks. Um,
But anyway, I was in the middle of saying stuff when you went back to your
yeah,
different.
yeah.
This is where I did the repair. That big gaping hole. Can't even tell.
Oh, it was right. No.
But yeah, this is I put the other pieces on. This is the only piece that hasn't been covered yet. That's actually painted metal. But yeah, the rest of this has been done, this has been done, and the whole dash has been done. So yeah, this is the only piece that still isn't vinyl wrapped. I don't know if I'm going to vinyl wrap it or just leave it black paint. But the texture on it is pretty much covered under the paint by now. So, since people are complaining that I'm leaving the dash pictures up, I mean, I'm kind of proud of it. There's a lot of time, effort, and work, and not easy to do. At least without it, like, crinkling or, being overstretched.
Yeah, this unfortunately this segment has gone downhill because of people.
Yes. But I do have, I came across this when I was looking earlier. 25 coupes you forgot ever existed. I figured that might be fun to go
Okay.
through.
Yeah, that would be actually.
All right, let's get rid of the current projects here.
Yeah. There
All
we
right.
go.
So the first one, can anybody guess what it is before we scroll down to
That's
the thing?
that's a Buick Rieta. I already know what that is. That's a Buick Rieta. They were built in Italy, from about 88 to like 91.
It didn't even give
Uh,
the chat a chance.
yes. Hey, I know those cars. They're not a good car, but they're kind of cool.
It kind of looks to me like a Fiero.
If I see, to me, it screams more RX-7.
Yeah, well, the RX-7s aren't much different than a Fiero either. Engines in a
Don't
different
say that
place,
around
but
JDM fanboys.
I'm just saying the overall like body shape itself. The older ones. Just an odd
But yeah,
looking car.
they were kind of cool. Like, and yeah, they were hand built in Italy. They were very, very expensive because of that.
Yeah, slew of them cutting edge technology, sporty bodywork, 1988 Buick Rieta. Rode in the showroom's highlight of hype, essentially a stubbier version of the Buick Riviera. Front-wheel drive, two-seater, came with General Motors Bulletproof 3.8. Yeah, the same freaking thing that killed the... No, that was a... No, what the hell was in the DeLorean? It wasn't the 3.8. It was
Oh no, the DeLorean had a
a
Peugeot engine.
Yeah, Chrysler Peugeot, wasn't it? Wasn't it also?
Wasn't
Didn't
it was
Chrysler use
Chrysler
it
had
too?
nothing. No, Chrysler had nothing to do with that.
Hmm.
The only time when before because that was a conglomeration actually engine with Peugeot, Renault, and Volvo. They all used that engine in their vehicles, and it was just a pile of crap. It didn't make any power. It was unreliable. It was just garbage. I can't remember what's what it was, but it wasn't good.
All right, I'll go to the next one.
Yep. Ooh, I know everybody should know what that is
Well,
because
yeah, it's
it's
priceless.
a
I actually like that car.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Now see,
a friend of mine had
if
one.
it was an SRT6, it'd be really cool. Because they actually they put a little bit of a body kit on them, put a little bit like a spoiler out back. It really made it so that the back end did not look like a dog taking a crap.
Yeah, I liked
Like
it.
you look at
That was one of the more affordable cars that had active aero.
they were still 50 grand though.
Yeah, I said more
Like because
affordable. I didn't say
yeah, because
affordable.
what that is underneath, that's a Mercedes SLK 230. Now they did get the 3.2 V6 out of the Mercedes as well in those. And in the, like I mentioned, in the SRT6, which, fun fact, the SRT6 is the only time that they've used SRT in 6.
Mm.
And it was only in the Crossfire, nothing else.
Yeah, well, a 6-speed manual.
Yep. Yeah, literally, it was just straight up Mercedes SLK.
Yeah, there's the SRT6. AMG
Which,
developed 330 horsepower V6, upgraded brakes, suspension, the rear spoiler. I think that's the one that I know of with the rear spoiler.
yeah, it's the SRT6 was the only one that had the spoiler.
That's
and
the one that my friend had then.
okay. Let's see. Well, what other coupe is there that they that we say we've forgotten? Because I probably know every single one of these cars.
I'm slowly going through.
Oh, now that's one you don't see very often. That's a Dodge Avenger.
Yeah, it shared the body with the Sierras.
No, actually, that's it's a Mitsubishi, technically. Because if I remember correctly, that was totally different from the Cirrus. I could be wrong on that, but I think it was.
Hold on.
Because I'm trying to remember what it was. Because I know they had a Mitsubishi 2.5 liter V6, which was derived from the 3000 GT 3 liter V6. Nowhere near as good as the 3000 GT motor, but hey, it was still cool. I like those little cars; they're neat. But you might be right on the Cirrus thing. I can't remember.
Pretty sure it was the Stratos.
They're both the same car. The Stratus and the Cirrus were identical cars, just
Right,
one
but I'm
was
thinking,
Chrysler, one was Dodge.
Yeah, it was the Stratus that shared the body with the Cirrus. Not this thing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, like I said,
2000.
yeah, they're cool. I like them because they just have a kind of a cool
Big
little look to them.
Big E's older brother had one of these.
Okay.
I remember when I first met Big E, it was at Elliot's mom's house, and his brother was always over there working on it. I don't remember whatever happened to it, but it was not like a pristine conditioned vehicle either. Dodge Shadow?
That is a Shelby CSX. Um, based on the Dodge Shadow, yes, but that is a freaking monster that they only made for 1 year and in very limited numbers. I think there was only like 2,500 of them built, something like that, and it was in I want to say 89. They used the 2.5 liter turbo, I believe, and they pushed like 250 horsepower or something stupid. Like they were fast.
Yeah. Dodge Shadow, Plymouth Sundance, Shelby CSX. So they were actually encompassing all of them.
Okay, they just showed the CSX,
Yeah.
so that's why.
Yes, she does. She blows my fucking mind with what's locked up inside her head.
I like the weird cars, man.
All right, ready for the next one?
Yep.
Oh, I know that one. My sister had an accident. One of those.
Oh yeah, that's
I
That's
have
an
my sister. That was my sister's first car. She had the turbo version, and it was raining out, and she was right near my nana's house. In fact, it happened right down the street from my nana's house. Um, another car cut her off, and she lost control of it and slid driver's side door into a telephone pole. Her seat, the seat that she was sitting in, was 4 inches wide after the accident.
wow. That's
That
scary.
tells you what happened to her hips.
Yeah.
Needless to say,
That's,
she's perfectly fine and walks whatever. I mean, I'm not saying she doesn't have pain every once in a while, but surgery and everything else, she's okay. I mean, she had a kid
yeah.
after that, so.
Yeah. That's wow. That's impressive.
But it was
Um.
it was a sweet car. I was so
Yeah.
jealous when she
Those.
had that.
Yeah. So that is because the one that's showing there. That's the Eagle Vision TSI or Eagle Talon, I should say, not the Eagle Vision.
Yeah, I know the Eagle
The
Talon. That's
yeah. And now they even say Plymouth Laser, which yes, the Plymouth Laser is the one you never see.
right.
Um.
You can tell this is
And
the
the thing
Eagle
is,
Talon because of the front nose.
yep. Also the wheels are different too, and the sickle spoiler is different on the back. That was the Chrysler thing. Um, but the one thing is with those because they have the 4G63, which is that badass little Mitsubishi 4-banger that they threw in the Evo. They didn't make quite as much power as it did in the Evo, but it was still a very respectable performer, and it could be all-wheel drive as well.
Yeah, I liked this version. Like I said,
Yeah, so I
she had the turbo version too, so.
yeah, I like the first gen the most. Actually, it's a
The
more
more
square
squarish,
body.
yeah, I know. More
Yeah,
wedgie shaped.
yeah, yeah. I like those. I like those too, but I like
But yeah,
the
she had this one. She had the turbo version of this one, and it was a sweet car. Hers was like minty, because my dad bought it for her,
Oh yeah.
and I don't speak to my dad,
Oh,
so I didn't get any of the benefits of his money or his family's money, but
bad.
she did. Okay, next one.
Understandable. Yep. Ooh, that is a Ford Escort EXP. What's interesting about those because actually I saw one of those in the junkyard. Except for it was a Lynx. Same thing, but the Mercury version. Those had I think what motor they had. They did not make a lot of power or anything like
I
that.
can
It
tell by
was
the
supposed
four
to be
spoke. I mean the four lug wheels. None of
yeah,
Ford's stuff that made power had four lug wheels.
except for an SVT Focus, but but anyways, so those what's kind of cool about them is because they have if you look at the lines and squint, it looks like a Fox Body Mustang. Um,
Sleeker
and that's
looking
what
than the
they're
Fox
kind of
Body
trying to
Mustang though.
yeah they were kind of trying to emulate that. Well, it's a much smaller car too. And the one thing is though, on the EXPs, they had this kind of weird frog-like nose on them too, and until later on they adapted the similar to the Aero Fox bodies as well with the headlights. But that hatch design compared to the original hatch design actually added an extra 150 pounds. But they did not actually compensate for that by adding more power or anything like that, so they're actually slower than a regular Escort.
Yeah, it says underweight and underpowered, overweight and underpowered.
Yeah, see, there you go.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Oh, we don't. Well, we all know what this one is.
Yeah, that one in particular is the King Cobra, though.
Yeah.
But if they're actually going to talk about that or not, or that's just the stock photo thing.
Well, let's see. Mustang 2 King Cobra.
There you go. That's what they're talking about. Yeah, it was for the final year of it, and they weren't anything that special. It was kind of a knockoff version of a Trans
It
Am, to be
was.
fair,
They
but a
even had
lot
the
of people
same
did.
pinstriping.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, you look at that Cobra on the hood, just like yeah, that could be a screaming chicken very easily.
Yeah,
Like,
well, I mean, if you looked at the black and gold one that they had a black and gold one at the one car show I was at, and it's like, and the funny thing is there was a Trans Am, a black and gold Trans Am, 2 cars over, and it's like,
yeah,
no,
oh yeah,
tell me you're jealous of a Trans Am, but tell me you're not jealous of a Trans Am.
Well, see, what had happened with that, and the reason why Ford was definitely copying the Trans Am, because after Smokey and the Bandit came out,
I mean,
those
look at the
were
rear
everywhere, and they're
spoiler. The
selling
rear
like,
spoiler even looks like a Trans Am spoiler.
oh yeah, like they copied. Well, the Cobra 2 had a similar spoiler on it too. Now and like those King Cobras, yeah, it was just pretty much a decal package on the Cobra. It wasn't anything that special. Now they did make them in limited numbers, but if you do not have the original documentation on those, it's near impossible to authenticate.
Yeah. King Cobra is limited edition, mostly stickers and paint package, included in the Mustang 2 lineup late in the life cycle. 1 year only, 1978 is the sticker on the hood. A la more popular, better Trans Am. As well as the emissions choked 302 cubic inch V8. It's the first Mustang to wear the 5.0 badges.
Oh, I forgot that. Yeah,
That's
because
tied the
everything prior to that had 302 cubic inch.
yeah.
So,
I'm trying to hide like what it is, so when I switch to the next one, we don't have that part there.
oh, that's a Ford Tempo.
Yeah, it almost
Um,
looks like the Ford Escort. It's got the same front,
similar,
similar front
similar esque,
nose.
yeah. Yeah, they Ford kind of tried to do a somewhat corporate front end because even if you look at a Taurus from the same generation, they're very similar.
Yeah.
Um, Now those are cool because you can actually get those with a stick and all-wheel drive too. Very very rare to find, but you can get them. I found like one and I wanted it so bad because they're cool car. I like them. Like they're not like anything like, oh hey, this is a badass car to think. No, they weren't. I
Mercury
don't even think they
Topaz
had
as
a
well.
yeah. They
Uh,
they showed the Ford in that thing.
Twin Blights on the 80s and 90s American Automower would have left a permanent stain on the Ford Motor Company had they not been so easy to forget. Despite being based
Oh,
on other four-wheeled tragedy, the U.S. market version of the awful Ford Escort. I liked my Escort. The Tempo and its Mercury badge Topaz sibling somehow looked decent. 10 points for those designers who managed to hide the Tempo Topaz bottom feeder hatchback origins. Thing is I liked my Ford Escort. It wasn't that bad of a car. I mean, yes, it's an Econo shitbox, but it wasn't bad for an Econo shitbox.
yeah. It was the Ford Escort was a good throwaway car.
I had a
Oh,
95.
okay.
The
You have the
last
later
year
ones.
of the boxy style before they went to the freaking somebody sat on my freaking ass
Yeah.
generation that Ford went to after that.
Harvey said they also could be a diesel, which I didn't even know that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of funny because we think diesel is cool, but in Europe it's just
Thunderbird.
oh
Sorry.
that is a super. That's actually a super coupe that they're showing there, which is still Thunderbird, yes. But whether or not they're actually talking about that or
We'll
not,
see.
that's the last of the cool T-Birds
It is the
because
Super Coupe.
the Super Coupe is a 3.8 supercharged V6. They produce 280-ish
210 to
horsepower.
230.
Oh, I think they're more than that.
Mm-hmm. Four-corner
Okay.
independent suspension, which is actually pretty
Yeah,
innovative for
but
that far back.
they a very like sort of techie advanced car. They're very very cool for the Super Coupe.
Electronically
Um,
adjustable shocks, again, very innovative for that far back.
yeah, well, gotta remember this was a car like so. This was at the time. This was the most expensive Ford you could buy.
This was probably
Um,
somewhat NASCAR inspired.
yeah, well, they actually no, they
Thought they used the Thunderbird from that generation or whatever, and they were probably trying to capture race fans with something similar like that.
yeah, and actually they may have. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, actually, I think they used the T-Bird of the earlier generation for NASCAR, but maybe they used that. But yeah, like that is of all the T-Birds, besides like some like '60s ones, that is my favorite generation of the T-Bird. It's just such a cool looking car, and what's cool is you could actually very early on in their lineage of that, you could actually get it with a 5-liter. But they're very rare to find with that. Not the Super Coupe cars. That was 3.8.
Oh my god, what the hell is that?
Oh, is that the GM electric car from
No, I haven't
the
put
90s?
I haven't put my mouse over it. If I put my mouse over it, it'll tell me what it is.
Yeah, I think that's
That's
the
why I'm keeping my mouse all the way to the outside.
yeah, I think that's the GM EV1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Harvey
Yeah,
says
even
EV1.
Harvey said EV1. There you go.
General Motors EV1. Oh
Yeah, I don't know
god.
anything about them other than it was GM's first
Okay, well, let
electric
me
car.
read the little caps underneath. Two-seater aerodynamic design, ultra low, impressive. So ultra low wind dynamics. Prominent hint was that it was something completely different. The EV1 was General Motors' first production electric vehicle and an impressive engineering accomplishment with an aluminum frame, plastic body panels, and lightweight magnesium wheels. How much you want to bet they got the freaking plastic body? That's why they bought out fucking Saturn to get that technology. Lightweight
Well,
magnesium.
actually, Saturn was GM's product.
Not at
GM
first.
actually,
Not at
actually no.
first. Saturn was
Well,
its own company. GM bought them out for the main reason why any of these car companies buy out another car company to acquire their patented fucking whatevers, and then basically trashed Saturn because they didn't need them anymore.
established in 1985 as a subsidiary of General Motors.
Well, that's what it was for, and Saturn was its own company at first.
Nope. GM let Saturn do what it wanted for a while, through the 90s and whatever else. That's why you got those plastic cars, which is like really kind of cool.
Yeah.
But then later on, they just became rebadged Opals.
Yeah.
So, like the Saturn Astra.
Magnesium wheels, seat frame, steering wheel core, electric powertrain, fed off of conventional lead acid batteries. GM upgraded them to nickel metal hybrids. Fewer than 1,200 cars were ever built. Leased to customers in warm and weather climates before GM destroyed nearly all of them and gained infamy from the documentary Who Killed the Electric Car.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, they did. There's only like 5 or 10 of them still.
I wonder why they killed them all. I wonder if there was a liability issue.
And I believe it was. I can't remember why exactly, but yeah, kind of an interesting footnote in GM's history.
Oh,
that's it.
a couple of friends of mine had these when I was in school.
Yeah, this cool little Hyundai T-Bron,
yeah,
and now
little zippy car.
Yeah, they are. And it was Hyundai's first foray into a proper sports car.
Yeah. I know
now,
they were fun, but
and now they actually show in that picture there. That's one of the early ones with the 4-eye headlights. Because later on they went to more contemporary style.
Yeah, those ones are the cool looking ones, though.
I like those early ones more, but sure. That is a Kia Forte, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that might be the one that Jess likes.
Yeah, and they made a hatchback version of it too, called the Forte 5. So because it was a 5-door.
They stopped making them in 2017.
Yeah, they don't make it anymore.
What did they make in? No, because I thought Jess was going for 2019. What was she after?
Unless if she wasn't going for the coupe.
Oh, it was a 4-door.
Yeah, that's why. So that's a Forte coupe, but with a K.
Coupe.
Well, it's not even a coupe. There's no E on the end.
That's actually a coupe.
Yeah.
Which if you're actually just pronounce coupe the way we normally spell coupe, it's coupe.
Actually, no, sorry. I lied about something with talking about that T-Bron from before.
Tiburon. You call it a T-Bron? I always called it a Tiburon.
Yeah, it's they were marketed as a T-Bron here, so that's why. But the one thing is, I said that was Hyundai's first attempt at a sports car. That's not true. They actually had a little car called the Scoop,
Scoop?
S Scoop, and two-door sporty car like that. Nothing
Probably
too
the
special.
predecessor to this one.
Basically, yeah, that was their first. And they made that in the early '90s and late '80s. But yeah. Anyways,
Moving on.
ooh, that is a Lincoln Mark 8. Those. What's kind of cool about those
I think
is they have
I see a lot of these actually. Maybe not
yeah.
more. I think I see a lot more of these now that the generation that probably bought them new is passing away, and they are ending up in the market instead of in somebody's garage sitting still.
Yeah. Now, what's cool? They actually have a 4.6 liter quad cam engine. It was the same engine, well, similar engine that they put in the SVT Cobras, actually. Now, it does not have the supercharger on it like the Cobra Mustangs did. But when they first started out, they only made around, it was like 250 horsepower. But then later on, when they got the facelift, which to me, the facelift ones are uglier, they got a better intake design, and it pushed it to like 280 horsepower when they did that, because they made a little other improvements as well. But those also have a full air suspension. Well, it's air suspension in the rear, which they always go wrong. So anytime you see one of those and it's sagging in the rear, yeah, it's because the air suspension.
Yeah, I think I see that a lot. He says it also won't take a front end hit.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I like them. They're cool. But yeah, and that was the last of. Oh,
Maserati.
that's a Maserati. Is that bi-turbo?
And this is definitely. Pretty sure this is a model of one, not an actual
Yeah,
car.
that or a rendering. Oh, can I pilot?
Night Pilot.
Yeah, is that a Maserati bi-turbo? Or am I thinking of something else? No, oh, it's Shamal. What the hell is that?
Rocky Balboa's coupe. No, Blocky Burbert. I saw Rocky Balboa. Wow, my brain just totally decided to go that direction.
Okay, that's why. Okay, gotcha.
Also taken for the Ghibli and the
Ghibli.
Super Odd Quattro Coupe 4.
Yeah, see, Maserati's not my strong suit.
I like the Maseratis though. There's some of the newer Maseratis I like. I would say like 2000s and newer, or the old ones. I really like the old ones with the wooden interior.
Oh yeah, the vintage like '60s ones.
Yeah,
they're
so
really
pretty.
neat.
There was that one that was scrapped through the Cash for Clunkers. Somebody traded it in because they couldn't get the freaking engine to run right, and the whole rest of the car was like museum quality, and they had to crush it.
That's such a shame.
Like how? Why would you trade that car in just because you're having issues with the engine? Somebody would offered you way more money than what the Cash for Clunkers gave you, because I think they only gave you like $9,000 for a Cash for Clunkers car.
Yeah, like that car. Now back then, it wasn't worth as much as it is now.
Not this
but that car.
It was a 60s
no.
car.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the '60s ones or whatever else, which those had a complicated Bosch fuel injection system that was mechanical. And like, yeah, if you are not a super mechanic, basically, you can't work on one.
Mm-hmm.
They're insane. But those cars now are worth like $300,000. Back then they were probably $30,000 car. That's very sad. That is a Nissan Sentra, I believe. I think that's what that is. Oh no, that's a '66 too. My bad. It looks very similar to a first-gen Sentra.
You've just completely gotten wrong.
Yeah, that.
Which by no means was a dig at you. We've gone through how many of 15 of these, and you have literally spouted off just about every single one. No, I think you had one other that you didn't get right away.
Yeah, it was the Maserati, because looking at it was I thought it was a bi-turbo, but it turns out it was a bi-turbo's cousin.
Yeah.
So that's why. Yeah, 626. Those are pretty cool actually, and they've been for a number of years. And the one thing is actually the Mazda 626 coupe later on became the Ford Probe.
That's what I
Same
said.
car.
This looks like
Now,
I looked at it and it screamed Ford to me. Like, and
yeah,
it was just like
later,
this. It just screamed Ford to me.
yeah, oh yeah, like later on, what's kind of cool about the 626 GT compared to the Ford Probe GT, um, is the 626 could actually have. It was like these were the bear in mind. This is later on than because that's the first generation, right? A lot rounder bodies, whatever else, and but the last generation of them, they could have four-wheel steering with a 5-speed manual. I believe they had a little bit of that Camaro on them too. That's made as something like 240 horsepower. You know, they're a decent performer for the time.
Let's go to the next one. Oh my God, is that the Cougar? No.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
yes, that is a Mercury Cougar. The very last generation before Mercury died. That's one of the last things that they ever made. How pathetic!
I know, it's gross.
Like it's just so sad.
It's
And yeah,
it's a
Harvey, I
really
did not look at the
bad.
wheels on it.
It's a bad name on the Cougar because that does not scream Cougar at all. Except for it screamed Cougar just because I remember when that car came out.
Yeah, like it's just because every Cougar prior to that one was rear-wheel drive. That's a little front-wheel drive Autobahn. It's so sad. And like yeah, and then when
Yeah, I was
Mercury died
graduating
in
about that time that they freaking came out.
yeah, and then Mercury died, and that's one of the last things that they made. Wah, wah.
Oh, that thing's weird looking.
That is a Ford EXP, or that could be a Mercury Lynx. It's the same freaking thing that we saw earlier.
Then why? This has got to be the Mercury Lynx then because
Yeah, it might be the Lynx.
it is.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, the LN7. My mistake. It's the same thing. The Lynx is the Mercury's version of the Escort, and then for the EXP, they call it the
The
LN7.
funny thing is, since they say Mercury had a strong history following Ford's product lead, it's like GM vehicles. They're all the same company. They just decide to when you know like each division caters to a certain demographic. You know, like in Chevy, obviously the Oldsmobile is a more luxury. Is it luxury? The Olds? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Olds was
luxury.
luxury. Pontiac was performance. Chevy was your daily driver. GMC was a little higher than Chevy, but not quite, you know, Oldsmobile or Cadillac status.
Yeah.
Chevy was their base models. You know, they were the you know,
And
when I was
actually,
growing up, I always thought GMC was underneath of Chevy, but no, GMC was slightly above average quality than the Chevy stuff was.
yeah. And actually, Harvey, if I'm not mistaken, yes, they were some of them were 4 doors, but you could get that 2-door too. Only reason I know that is because I have louvers on my deck right now that were from Mercury Lynx 2-door that was actually a rear wiper car, so they're very, very rare. And it's 85 and a half, so it's got the integrated third brake light in the louvers.
Nice.
They're on my deck right now. Oh,
What is that?
that's the awful mini. It's a mini convertible. Just oh
I don't like the minis to begin with.
yeah. I mean, I don't mind the minis. It's just they're BMW products and they just break all the time. Yeah, like just that's awful. Now, is that actually hang on, is that the convertible or is that the coupe?
It's the coupe.
Okay, that is the coupe.
8
They
years
have
after its induction and 4 years after its quiet death, we're still struggling to figure out why Mini designed the Cooper Coupe for people, someone who wanted a Mini with even less space and weirder looks. Mini's first two-seat offering was essentially a regular Mini Cooper hardtop with a chopped windshield and a truly weird roof that looked like a backwards facing baseball hat. A pop-up rear spoiler, and in its tourniqueted butt, the coupe was still a hatchback technically, but it had a lot less cargo space than it did the hardtop. The topless roadster version had even less. The coupe was also a bit more expensive and not much sportier. Fewer than 8,000 were sold. That's 2,000 a year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have seen one of those. I just didn't know if they were convertible. I thought they were hardtop convertible.
They said there was a convertible version, but
Okay. Okay.
I don't
Oh,
recognize that car.
that is a Nissan Altima Coupe. Um, very. The one interesting thing about the Ultima and the Maxima actually is you get the 3-liter V6, which is the same, the 3.5-liter V6, which is the same engine that they put in the 350Z. It's the
It kind of looks, the back end
VQ35.
kind of looks like somebody took a 350Z and just kind of like stretched it like Play-Doh.
Yeah, well, basically, so what that is, because they kind of use the same body lines as the Infiniti G35, which was
Which was
Infiniti's
also a
version
which is also
of
a Z. Well, it's
yeah,
same
yeah,
chassis.
it yeah, it's everything is the same underneath. There is a little bit of differences, but they're basically the same vehicle. So I don't know if that because I don't. One thing is I don't know about the Ultima Coupe is if it actually was an Ultima underneath or if it was a 350. Because I would guess that that's front wheel drive stuff.
60 miles in 6 seconds.
Yeah, because it had that VQ35, which is just a beast of a motor.
Doesn't say. I just read through it. Even sleeker
Okay,
styling to the lineup and shared its underpinnings with the four-door, so it was an Ultima.
okay, there you go.
Underneath the platform is still Ultima.
Fair enough. Ooh, you know what that is? Because I know what it is.
No, I don't know what it
That
is.
that is a Nissan NX. It's either 200 or 2000. That one I can't remember, but it's a
Oh, I
little
see NX on the
contemporary.
front.
Yeah, it's a little contemporary coupe from Nissan. Basically bridging the gap between um the Nissan 200SX. Actually, it was below the 200SX. It's a cool, pretty car that way. And yeah, don't really know much else to say about them.
Oh, let's see
It's
what it's
not
got.
anything that special.
The
NX,
NX 2000 combined the hot early 90s mechanicals from the Sentra, um, with the odd suppository shaped body. It was incredibly small, offered T-tops, nevertheless. It was an interesting coupe that was quite athletic in one of our comparison tests where it went up against the Geo Storm and the Mazda MX-3. The Nissan ripped to 60 miles an hour in just 6.9 seconds and topped out at 134.
that's impressive for that little car. I didn't realize they're that much of a performer. There you go. Cool. Okay, that is. Oh, which one is that? That
Rolls
it's
Royce, isn't it?
definitely. It definitely is a Rolls, but there is a specific version that's not a Silver Spur. That's not a Flying Spur, which is Bentley. What is that one? Silver Wraith, I want to say.
Yeah, I think one of them
Um,
used Wraith a lot in their names.
it was Rolls that used Wraith all the time. That might be the Wraith or the Silver Wraith, and all those Rolls had a. What's kind of interesting about them? They all had an 6 3/4 liter V8, and if you tried to ask them what the power ratings were for that engine, they would say it was adequate.
Camarage.
Oh, okay. It's a weird looking Rolls, so it kind of threw me off.
It's just plain ugly. It was ugly when it was new in 75. It has remained ugly since. Massive two-door luxury coupe, most expensive production car in the world. It's got more expensive as time went on. Its price is 65,520, ballooned to more 171,000 by the end of its 11-year production run. Only
Jeez.
531 were built in 11 years.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Well,
'Cause,
that's
yeah,
why
I
it's
knew
in
it was
that.
a
That's why
Rolls,
it's in
but
the forgotten coupe section.
yeah, it's a forgotten coupe that nobody cared about. Like that's the interesting one on that one. So
I mean, the thing is you get rid of the fucking nose. These lines here, they're nice looking. The nose is ugly because
yeah,
they had to just shove their Rolls Royce thing on a vehicle that doesn't share the shape that would go with that.
yeah, now if it was smaller, I'd say that body really resembles a Lancia.
Maybe.
Oh, that is a Saturn Ion, actually.
Yeah.
Those underpinnings of that is essentially a Cobalt. Um, and they have a little 2.2 in it. You
That
could get
little
the red
weird third
line.
door.
Yeah, they all had that third door, which is actually technically on those they have a door on both sides.
It'd be a fifth door.
Um,
It'd be a 5 door
yeah,
because the trunk considers if it's a hatch trunk, it'd be considered a 5 door, but it'd be a
yeah,
like a 2.5 door.
yeah. They call the thing technically a 3 door. Oh, fuck you, there you go.
Clamshell
Yeah,
4 door vehicles.
and yeah, and they still had all the plastic panels and stuff like that. That was the last car to have them from Saturn. And yeah, they had the little. I think it's the 2.2 Ecotech, and they could have the 2.4.
That
In
2.2
it was
Ecotech
this.
is a fucking nasty little engine.
Yeah, well, they did even better. They had the Saturn Ion Redline, which had a 2.4 supercharged engine directly out of the Cobalt SS, and it made like 200. What was it? 260 horsepower, something like that.
Yeah.
It was freaking ripped. It was cool looking.
My
I like
my
those little
O
rhinos.
my O3 Cavalier had the 2.2 Ecotech in it, and I've driven the earlier Cavaliers too. Um, geez, they're like fucking dogs compared to the O3 with the Ecotech. That
Oh
Ecotech makes
yeah,
a big difference.
yeah, they definitely are. And yeah, what's cool though is because they're actually kind of a slept on car, especially the red lines. Because everybody knows about the Cobalt SS, and so the Cobalt SSs have started to go up in value actually.
Yeah,
But
because
the
they
Saturn,
were the supercharged.
yeah, actually in 2010 for their final year they were turbo, and those are the most desirable ones.
Oh.
With those, because yeah, they didn't make them for as long, not as many numbers,
Everybody beat the
and
shit out of the supercharged ones.
yeah, oh yeah, they did. But what's cool about because like the red lines on that, they had a big body kit on it with a nice wing out back. It actually looked pretty cool. And yeah, like where a Cobalt SS can be worth up to about 8 or 10 grand, those things usually hover right around 3,500 to 5 grand. So they're actually quite the bargain because it's literally just a Cobalt SS underneath, and it's a better looking body in my opinion.
What we got here? That car looks familiar. That's the other Talon, isn't it?
Oh, that is a Subaru SVX.
It looks like
They've
the
got
earlier Talons.
it does kind of, but that's actually a Subaru. And like they said, the SVX. Now they have a see there you go. They have a 3 liter flat six.
Never seen one of these.
They were only automatics, and what's interesting is if you take a look at that side glass, they actually have that stupid partition glass to where not the entire window goes down, just a part of it does.
Yeah.
Um, and these were the luxury sort of Subarus for the time.
Never seen one.
This actually replaced the what's that called? It was an XLT, it was something like that. Anyways,
Let's see what they say.
and also they never came in manual transmission either. People put manuals in them, but it was the Subaru XT. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
From the 80s. Yeah, and honestly, just they're kind of cool to see. Very rare to find, but yeah.
I don't know if we scared everybody off in the chat or not.
I don't know. There's still 5 viewers, so they must be enjoying it.
Oh.
There you go. There's the Toyota Paseo that Harvey mentioned earlier. They have the underpinnings of not Corolla, but the smaller one. Like similar to actually the Japanese Toyota Starlet, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they're kind of neat actually. I like those. There you go. That's a segment that you could have on here.
What?
You could try and find some weird rare car and see if I can figure out what it is.
Well, I think what I'm gonna do is I might just go to try to find. I think Harvey's behind.
Either that or he's just typing a little slower right now.
Yeah. I might just try to find one of these like 25 whatevers or whatever things like these articles and just go through them.
Yeah, because it is kind of, well, it's fun for me anyways. But oh, there you go. He's caught up. So
But yeah, I'm like I don't want to be super structured, but I want to have like at least a backup for like if you guys don't show up or whatever.
yeah. Oh, for sure.
But I don't I'm not one of them people that's put together enough to come up with a like an itinerary for a show.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you could just because of how your brain works. So
I can't. I it's one of those things I don't really think about the live stream till right before the live stream. It's not like I sit here and like, well, what am I gonna talk about this week on the live stream and sit down and like write a bunch of notes and shit. And it's not, no, that's not what I was looking for. I was just wanted to have a conversation, and whatever comes up comes up. Not a blocked out podcast.
yeah.
All right, next one. Oh, that's a Volvo.
Yeah, that's actually the Volvo 740 Bertoni, if I'm not mistaken.
I,
Those
I
things.
I would love to be able to see how your fucking brain works because just it amazes the shit out of me.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's either 740 or 760.
780.
780.
You got everything else
Um,
fucking right though. I mean, it's just like you are like the shoot, what was that fucking show? Jeopardy. You were like the car version of Jeopardy.
I like. I was at a
What
very
is the
young
Volvo
age.
780 Bertone?
Yeah, Bertoni.
Whatever. Stupid fucking Italians.
But yeah, basically, yeah, Bertoni sort of did the body, which if you look at that thing, it kind of has the lines of
Of the
an
wagon.
80s BMW 8 Series.
Oh, I was gonna
Which,
say it's got the white lines of the wagon, but yeah.
but yeah, well, like, because look at that roof line. It screams like
screams
BMW
square.
825,
It
right?
screams 80s square.
Yeah, but I mean, even that roof line screams BMW pretty
I don't
hard.
know. I'm not a BMW fan, so
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I like some of
But
the
yeah,
newer body styles with the two kidney grills and the whatever, but overall, I've never really been a super big like the closest thing you can find in me being a BMW fan is I like the M3 series, the one that they used in the front of Most Wanted or the one of the Wanted
yeah,
series.
yeah. That one and Most Wanted is the BMW M3 E46
Yeah,
is the
it's
prefix for
the
that,
E
and
series, yeah.
yeah, and that one was actually the
Or the
GTR.
earlier like early 2000s Z4s with the gills down the right behind the front wheels.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Which actually, that style started in the '90s as well.
Well, I remember them late in my high school. That's why I picked that time period. I don't know exactly when they came out. It's just I knew that they
Fair
were
enough.
around at that time, so that's the date I gave. Oh, I knew they were newer because they were way too expensive for me to ever think I could afford, which by now they're probably not that expensive.
And now, is that the end of it,
Yeah, that's number
is
25.
that's 25 coming out? There you go. So,
Ooh, I wonder buyer's guide if I picked I don't know. This is already pre whatever. Do they have a search? Makes
or what?
Here we go. Just curious as to what they say about like our cars.
Okay.
Oh, they don't have new select here. It's not gonna let me. Grand Prix and Vibe. That's all they have under Pontiac. Let's go forward.
Yeah, they're probably looking to have newer Mustangs too.
Yeah, not even. The Karma, the Ocean, Pear, and Rowan. Oh, that's Frisker. Never mind. That's not even Ford.
Yeah,
Picked
I
the
was
wrong
gonna
thing.
say. Now it's interesting because we're not actually seeing when you go through the drop-down menus.
You can't see the drop menu menus or what?
Yeah, like when you click on them, we can't see them.
Oh,
Kind of weird.
that's weird. Yeah, no, there's nothing in there, but it doesn't go back that far.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by that.
Let's see. Let's just look up.
I see. I swear to God, in one of these lists, you're just gonna find the most oddball cars, and they're gonna show a freaking Zundok, or they're gonna show that because in East Germany, back in East Germany days, they had actually a car made of pig leather, like the body of it. It was fucking weird.
Best handling American car from 1979. From the archive, we bring out the 5 American contenders: 1979 Trans Am, Chevy Camaro Z28, Chevy Corvette L48, the Mercury Capri, and a Pontiac Phoenix SJ to find the cornering champ.
Now it's kind of interesting that they use the Capri instead of the Mustang.
Now that the rubber oh, this is actually from the issue from 1979.
Yeah, it is.
So we
I
have
think
Champion, the car we can definitely proclaim as the best handler in all of the land. The Pontiac Firebird Trans Am has taken a 2-week tournament to pick this winner. The contest is rigorous, that the casualties were incurred. 1 engine exploded in the heat of battle. 2 tires shredded themselves down to the steel cord. 18 more Goodyears, Generals, and Michelins were sacrificed. And 40,000-mile tread life to the cause, but the effort was a noble one.
Yeah, I think I've actually read that article before. It's pretty cool. Yeah, because they go through like pretty much everything, right?
A bunch of 5 automotive athletes. Trans Am has risen cleanly and clearly superior. We'd be nuts to blunt out such an opinion without conviction. Car handling being the bar fight starter that it is, we've gone to more than usual trouble to convince ourselves before we try to convince you of anything here. So it is hardly a quickie car comparo. This is $100,000 handling hoedown. That's a lot of money for back then.
Well, with everything added up, $100,000, that seems about right. Because bear in mind, through the '70s, basically year by year, cars just about doubling in price.
Yeah.
Because of inflation was just getting stupid.
Well, I mean, a Trans Am was pushing close to 10,000 then, a fully loaded one.
Oh, I think it was probably more than that.
No, their sticker price was between, for the base model up to the big one, I think they topped out at like $8K.
Yeah, wow, $8,000. How about that?
What we did was take $46,000 worth of new cars and push them mercilessly through battery tests to qualify each one's basic agility. To pin down the results, we rented $40,000 worth of highly sophisticated instrumentation to access a multi-million-dollar proving grounds. Also allowed a number of trials that are common in automotive industry, but normally way beyond the scope of car magazines. Good test procedures, accurately measuring equipment that would produce answers that we could trust and questions that we had never asked before. Wonder what engine blew up.
My guess is actually, hard to say.
We left
I was gonna
Ohio's.
say I was gonna say the Phoenix, but I think this had the 3.8 Buick motor in them.
Ohio's Magnificent Transport Research Center, fully intending to second guess our objectives findings with overrode evaluation, where the only instrumentation would be the seats of our pants. We rotated 5 editors through all of the cars during 5 laps of the road circuit through Michigan woods. As you might expect, the results were 2 different rankings, but we never for a minute expected skid pad and transient maneuver numbers to yield the answer. All they do is offer powerful clues to help our admittedly subjective bottom line resolutions to make sense. So we'll tell you right now, we've named the best handling car, the positions 2 through 5 as well, by a staff poll and not by computer printout. Staff knew every tidbit of the test results, drove every car over the same route on the same day, and only then sat down to rank the contenders. We trust the instruments to supply us with a few critical pieces of information, but it was our real world driving that filled in the gaps and cemented this puzzle together. Selecting the participants involved the usual blend of past prejudice and adventurous open-mindedness. Corvette owns America's only fully independent suspension, and we wanted it here even if Chevrolet had mixed emotions over our previous comments about this car. The Z28 came somewhat grudgingly with a few cop-outs like we didn't really mean it to be that kind of car. Pontiac eagerly offered its best, a Trans Am with a small V8. Oh, it's the 302.
Wait, what? You mean 301?
302 cubic inches. It's
That's
probably
gotta be it.
It probably is the 301.
Yeah, it's gotta be a typo.
No, because they always, not all the time is the cubic inches that is advertised the actual cubic inches.
True.
No AC, both for optimum weight distribution. They didn't give them the 400 cubic inch. The Capri, who won rave reviews in our recent Sports Coupe comparison, so we advanced it to the main event. And to probe the potential of front-wheel drive future that's just around the corner, most American cars, we wanted a representative from GM's new X-Body line. We haven't lived with all of the premonitions of this car yet, but early proving grounds drivers have left us most favorably impressed with the Pontiac Phoenix in the SJ handling package. Horsepower has a way of upstaging other less dominant traits in this sort of comparison, so we did our best to factor it out of the picture. First, we matched the cars as equally as feasible. We picked the quickest Phoenix money can buy and the slowest Corvette. The Z28 was handicapped by an automatic transmission, and the Trans Am came with a measly 150 horsepower. This hardly produced what you would call an even match. But we took pains to design the handling the tests where the power to weight ratio wasn't a factor.
There you go. So I just looked really quickly on Google here, and it turns out the 301 was actually a 301.6 cubic inch, so they may have just rounded up to 302.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's such a sexy ass.
You're a little biased, aren't you?
You can't tell me that's not.
It's good looking. They're not my favorite, I will admit, but yeah, I mean, yeah. So that being the 150 horsepower, so that's the 4-barrel 301. You know, so much speed and power.
Yeah, compared to the V8, I know the bigger V8.
Yeah.
No. I'm just trying to figure out who blew up. Even though we blew up the engine, proving it, nothing could touch the Corvette for pure cornering. It never dropped below 0.08, 0.80 G's on the skid pads, and it loved the bigger circles most of all. Where there was less understeer to scrub off speed, a few laps like this would move every drop of blood in your body to your outboard of the car. This is also typical of what happens to an engine oil supply. So they killed the Corvette engine.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. So yeah, that's too funny. Because yeah, that was and it being the L48 vet, that's the 305 vet.
Mm-hmm. They said they picked the most underpowered Corvette.
Yeah, which even though the highest power Corvette still was not a performer. Like,
combination
decent,
of too many laps and too many revs pumped all the oil to the valve covers, starving the bottom end bearings, and ultimately scattering the engine's internals.
Yeah, such a sad time for GM. Or at least for the Corvette. Yeah. But yeah, it's a really neat article. I have read through it before. And there's some really cool old ones like that. I didn't know if the Corvette came standard with the 4-barrel 305 or
Probably.
if it was 2-barrel.
Trans
I'm
Am
not
is
sure.
solidly ranked second overall by our instruments, trailing the Corvette by slight margins in most of the tests. With poor weight distribution and smaller tires, it won't corner as hard as the Corvette. Yeah, you stick them. If let me see what tires they had on this thing.
No,
I want a side view. Oh,
it's
it
not
did have the.
27.
It looks like no, no. Pretty sure that. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, it just went all the way back up to the top. Didn't know.
Oh, okay. Actually, that is the L-48. Actually, it's a 250,
Mm.
but they have the 305 vet then too.
And we're talking about the 79 TA. I mean the 79 Corvette.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up right now.
Well, I was talking about I'm adding the, but those look like I can't tell if those are the rally rims or if those are the snowflakes. I want to say those are the rallies, which were only a 7-inch wide tire. I don't know why they wouldn't have put the snowflakes on, which would have been an 8-inch wide rim, which has a much wider tire, which might have helped it, have better numbers than the Corvette.
Oh,
Because
there you go. So actually, that Corvette was a 350 that made 195 horsepower. Now, the top dog Corvette was 225 horsepower. Yeah, baby.
no, the Corvettes will be 150 pounds lighter in 1980, not 150 horsepower. They lightened the Corvette in 1980.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because like I know maybe it was the early 70s, I guess, that had the or like 75 or something like
Yeah.
that had the 305 vet, or maybe it was California only. That could have been it.
California had a lot of freaking really weak cars.
Yeah, well, like, I know, vet for a minute in California only had the 305 because it was the only one that was emissions compliant.
Yeah, because they you couldn't get a Trans Am in California with the Pontiac engine or the manual transmission in around that time.
So depressing.
Let's see. Our test showed that the Corvette rolls over in the turns less than any car except for the Trans Am. It requires the highest steering effort and develops much more cornering for each degree of steering angle than any other car. Oddly enough, the Corvette's transient response time is the longest of all. We believe this is due to its low understeer. Corvette used its. I still say that if they would have ran the Trans Am with the 8-inch snowflakes, that car might have been done a little better. Because that doesn't look like it was a WS6 package TA, which is a big difference.
Well, it wasn't
Yeah,
because
it was a 305.
being
Well, you could get the WS6 package without because that was a suspension package. WS6 came with a
yeah,
bigger anti-roll bars, disc brakes all the way around, and the wider 8-inch, 15 by 8-inch snowflakes. So it wasn't based on engine choice.
oh, okay.
Corvette used its rear tires more in the turns than other cars in this test, and they developed cornering forces only when the car drifts slightly. This drift takes a long time, particularly compared to the front wheel steer angles, which by design are fed into the car most instantaneously in this test. Resulting understeering cars have a distinct advantage and usually quicker response times. Alright, thank you. I'm sorry that we're boring you to sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, well, I know that this part is going to be boring a lot.
Well, yeah, because I'm just reading.
Yeah.
Trans Am solidly ranked second overall by
Yeah.
poor weight distribution and smaller tires. It won't corner as hard as the Corvette, but the Trans Am feels so yardstick linear in its response that it's much easier to maneuver quickly through tight corners. It rolls less than any other car in this group. The steering feel is firm and direct, and you know you're reading accurate late braking information from the road through TA's thickly padded small diameter rim. Oh, you pooped back in.
Yeah, I blipped. It happened.
He says he was
It
tired
happens.
before he got here. Um, oh, the Z28 and the Capri tied in rank events. According to them, that's funny that the Capri is in the same ranks as the Z28. Though,
Which,
like they
like,
said, they didn't build the Camaro for cornering.
no, well, like, I'm curious, though, as to why it was the free.
Well, they told you why they chose the Capri earlier. They said the Capri was in the Sport Coupe division, and it won the Sport Coupe division, so they brought it up to the next rank. Kind of like,
Oh, interesting.
winner moves on.
Yeah, because I never would have thought that they would have been. Like,
So
the one thing is with
they
the.
tied for third.
Yeah, because the one thing is with the Capri, I mean, it was more of a luxury version of the Mustang.
All right.
So that's kind of weird to see that it would have won that. But because they were heavier, they had more sound ending in them, stuff like that. And yeah,
Well,
like
it just shows
the
that where
Capri.
the Mustang was, though, because if this is the same thing as the Mustang, that means the Mustang was down in the Sport Coupe section instead of up
Yeah,
here with the big boys.
yeah, that's very odd.
Um, the Camaro does, however, have more cornering grip to work with. Oddly enough, the Camaro's road handling is a notch down from the TA's. That's not odd, considering again the amount of engineering that went into the fact of making the Trans Am corner. That was the whole point. That's um even though the two cars share mainly chassis parts and exactly the same tires. Yeah, except for Trans Am engines sit a little lower in the car than the freaking Camaro engines do, and other little tricks. Um,
Um,
Unfortunately, Z28 has been tuned for more understeer, so you can see it in the steering response too.
yeah,
Corners.
although the interesting part actually of that Capri, because being a 79, and if that was the RS with all the full packages and whatever else, the product has the TRX tires on it, which were god awful. Like the Michelin TRX,
No, they
it
say
was a
Michelin tires, so
okay, it was, yeah. The Michelin TRX was a garbage tire. It was designed specifically for the. I'm a fan of the TRX wheels. But they only fit that specific tire. It's a metric size tire all the way around. Um, and they only make a limited number of those tires every year, and they're like $1,000 for the set.
yeah.
You know, it's not worth it to keep it on your car because at the time, the Camaro with its Goodyear tires was so much better than,
Yeah.
and I don't know why they kept with it.
Corners start to become fun in the Camaro when you have to back off the gas to keep the front tire scrub from grinding down to the tread. The Corvette and the Chevrolet engineers have also given the Z28 the lightest touch at the steering wheel of all of these cars. We feel that the over-assisted power steering is a disadvantage and is not a tragedy, and it's not a tragedy in the Z28's case because of the on-center feel as good as any of the other cars in the test. Both the Camaro and the Capri are especially easy to manage. You run up against the front tire's traction limit early in the Z28, but you can use every last ounce of adhesion to maneuver your way through the corners. The Capri also feels quite agile, even with less cornering grip, because it is lighter than the Corvette, the Trans Am, and the Z28 by 700 pounds. Remember, White led generation and Capri is and in this test looked at what the future will offer in good handling cars. Fortunately, a few bad traits have been inherited from the past. 4 engineers admit the Capri steering has been compromised in an effort to satisfy both road racers and folks who buy the power steering so they can drive with one finger. There's a similar sacrifices in the rear suspension. Parts common all the way from 4-cylinder Capris up to the Fairmont V8 wagons. We'd like Mustangs and Capris better if they could go their own way in the Ford Motor scheme of things, with less understeer, firmer steering, and more positive rear axle location.
Yeah, see, that's the interesting part with the Mustang and the Capri at the time, because there was 2 different power steering racks that they had. One was the factory Ford rack, which is what that car obviously had with the very light steering. But then they had another power steering rack, which was very fine, and there's no rhyme or reason to which one got which. Just the TRW racks are a lot rarer to find. But the TRW racks, not only were they much better quality overall, like they didn't really break compared to the Ford ones, but also they had a heavier steering and they were just overall better, just better in every way. So yeah, it is curious that Ford didn't spec out that one to send to them with the TRW rack in it. Curious. And yeah, like, and that's one thing, because like the Ford rack, because even like in my '81 Mustang, I had to replace the power steering rack in that car, because it's a Ford rack. If it was a TRW rack, I'd still probably be on the original rack because they don't break.
Yeah,
and they don't really wear out either.
Looking at this picture, it's definitely the rally rims that are on this car and not the snowflakes. Which is a shame, because the snowflake rims would have handled a lot better.
Wow, you totally killed the live stream. There is only me in the chat.
Well, yeah, it's also late. It's 1:30 in the morning here.
Yeah, well, when you started the segment, you had fun.
Well, we know that these ones don't work.
Well, that one doesn't work. The other one did, though. You know, we still had 5 throughout the entire run. That was cool. So, oh, there you go. There's one other person in the chat now. I don't know if they're actually going to type, but they are right there.
Yeah, they started knocking off at just after 1.
You know, I still like bouncing around a bit, but still. But,
why is that? My window's not right. Why is my window all screwy?
you know, something that I had as an idea, actually. The only trouble is if you don't have YouTube Premium, there's always the ads when watching somebody else's YouTube video. But because something that would be kind of a cool thing to do on this, actually, is because that last junkyard tour that I did, like obviously not tonight, but maybe next week. Just the only issues is if the ads play, and then with the copyright that way, it could be an issue. But
I don't normally play somebody else's YouTube content with the sound on, only because A, the fact of YouTube being weird, and B, with the fact that I have a conflict with sharing other people's content. Now, granted, you're here and you would be giving me permission, which would be different, but
yeah, like, and I would, yeah, of course, I'd be here and whatever else. Like, I mean, and if you don't want to do that, that's totally fine. I think this might be a fun thing because there's so much really cool stuff in that video, and it's just junkyards you don't see like that ever, right?
And the thing is, I could always play it without sound too.
Yeah,
because you're here, you can comment on it while you're.
Yeah, oh yeah, and like, because it's kind of funny, like watching that video because it's just a little over an hour long.
It gives you a whole
you watch
hour
the video
of free time too. Though all the people that could have gone over to watch it for themselves, you'd lose that time.
That's 1,000 views on the video. I'm okay. You know,
You're already over 1,000?
just I'm over 4,000. I'm over
I
4,400
can't
views
even
on
get
my video.
100 people to view my shit, I'm so frustrated. It's part of what keeps me from editing these videos. Is not because I don't like editing. It's just like you go through all of that work, do all of that work, and then you get like 40 people. It's frustrating.
Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I just clicked on the video here. Oh, it reached over 5K. Holy shit! It's been a while since I've had a video do that. Like,
And that's the one that has over an hour worth of footage.
Yep.
How much
That's
of
an
the video
hour
are they watching?
5. Let's see. The average view time of this video. Let's find the analytics of this. Which now, the one thing is, okay, so average view duration is 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, so where do the most people, like, after the initial just fucking, like, bomb just drop off, how far into it are most people dropping off? The people that stayed.
People that stayed is around when it starts to, and it's not a dramatic drop. Is at about the 23-minute mark.
It's about the attention span that you have then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like, and it says average percentage viewed, which that's a nice one compared to average view duration, is 9.9%. For an hour-long video, that's impressive. You know, and now what's interesting about this, because I did promote the crap out of this, and I didn't even post it everywhere I could have actually, but my percentage of views, 85.3% of those are external. From YouTube itself,
I'm just gonna need to hire you to promote my videos.
it takes a lot of work for me to do that.
Well,
Like,
that's why I said. Because I'm
yeah,
only
and
making.
sometimes,
I'm struggling, like literally, and even the ones that I do post everywhere, they still don't do as well as I would want them to.
yeah, well, like your content, that's the interesting part about your content, because it's not catered to what a lot of people would be watching. Because like my stuff, caters a little more to that.
Mm-hmm.
Only because of just the content that I'm making, right? It's not just I guess I should say my videos are more for like the average sort of person that might not have the money or whatever else like that. When you're doing the Holly Sniper EFI stuff, which should do fairly decently, but there's a lot of content
I
on that
haven't
too.
really gotten like I'm kind of veered away from that for the moment because of the fact that I have to do these side projects to get back to doing what I wanted to do. You know, like the dash and the wiring and all that. Granted, it's still all in the process of getting there, but you know.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Actually, so I won't be
I mean, could I have just thrown the whole sniper kit and all that stuff in right off and then done this? I could have, but then I'd be redoing my work twice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, and I get that. It's just like, and a lot of people too. The one thing that I realized is like if you take a long time to do something, stuff can teeter off. You
I
know,
lose
you get that
interest.
initial interest, and then
Well, and I
um,
can't help that either because of work schedules and everything else, and just having like. There's been weeks I haven't even had time to go out to the garage.
yeah, oh yeah, I get that. You know, like because yeah, like we're with me, I can just pump out video after video after
Yeah.
video,
Well, I
and
work a
you
full
know,
time job, and I have kids, and you know, I got not only kids, but I got the girlfriend to go do things with, and she wants to go run here, run there, go do this, go do that. Not saying that I don't want to go do those things. That was not the point, but it's things that are also occupying my time other than being out in the garage cranking out videos.
yeah, oh for sure.
So I gotta work when I have the available time and when I'm not completely tired and exhausted from doing all of the other things. But anyway, speaking of tired and exhausted, I'm tired and exhausted. So I think, we've only got a couple people in here anyway, and I don't know why my freaking YouTube is still doing this thing like it did last week where my live studio, whatever, is constantly buffering. Which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, hard to say. Like I've seen that little thing in the corner, but I haven't noticed it actually make like being an issue.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about in my YouTube studio.
Oh, it's popped up on screen.
Yeah, but like I don't understand because I don't have any. I should not have any internet issues. Period.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what that is, but like it hasn't affected the quality of the actual live. So
It's just mine. It just keeps pausing the live. My feed, the feed that I see in the preview.
that's weird.
But I don't know. Anyway, good night, guys. I will catch you guys next week, same time, same place. And
Same bad time, same bad channel.
hey, I'm not a bad
I'm
channel.
joking. I'm joking. I didn't.
Anyway, love you guys. Good night. Catch you next week. Have a good weekend.